am the Ronan Ball, and welcome to a twitch.tv/Ronan Ball live stream on twitch.tv/Ronan Ball. Make sure the mic's open after I do that. Hello, who can't love cats? And none of us really know. Why wouldn't you? Why wouldn't you love cats? We're Emil Person's cover of the Kerbal Space Program opening theme, Metalified. Congratulations on my new president. Did I get one of the... Did someone send me a new president? I haven't checked the P.O. box. I don't even have a P.O. box. Not a big enough streamer to need a P.O. box. Hello, Mosaic Task Force. I did just watch today some more News's 100 Years of Trump video. That was fun, in a way, I guess. Just looking back on it. It was fun in a way. It was. There's a certain welcome to Kerbal Space Program, except not, because we're not going to be playing it immediately. So, it's kind of, come back over here. Come to me, baby. It's kind of weird how things work out. Like, I don't chase anybody's algorithm, YouTube or otherwise. But god damn it, this cyclical, like, art eats real life eats art, life imitates art, but art imitates TV. Quoth Ani DeFranco. It's weird, the cyclical nature of just kind of everything these days. Because, like, here's what happened, okay? I've been getting some comments on old videos of my Kerbal Space Program world records, like, all of them, I've got 4 different I hold 4 current world records in Kerbal Space. So all these different videos, on the virtue of 3 runs, but all these different videos I've been getting, comments on, and, it got me to click on my own video and be like, oh yeah, I'd like to watch it again. So I watched my world record back, a couple of them, not the long one. Even I can't be asked to watch the long one. But I watched it back, and it just, like, made me interested in it again. And I realized that it's like this art eats itself, and, TV and marketing and algorithm shit. I'm not chasing the algorithm, but apparently I assume that the reason I'm seeing extra comments on these videos is because people are, watching these old videos that I did from KSP, and then I'm like, and then it just makes me look at them again, and then remember that was fun, and remember that I felt that I could have done better, and then want to come back and do it. And so, like, somebody out there is chasing the algorithm, and the algorithm's like in Kerbal Space Program for some reason right now that I don't know, maybe you could tell me about it, but I find myself, basically doing what someone who would be chasing the algorithm does, because they reinterest. Same thing with Minecraft. We've been playing a bunch of Minecraft lately. Why? Because Dream cheated on a Minecraft run at the moment of, like, this incredible fucking moonshot arc of suddenly going from being like, hey, he's a sizable YouTuber, he's making a living kind of thing, to there was over the course of 1 month, you couldn't go to a Twitch live stream without somebody in the chat bringing Dream up. He was just on this meteoric arc. I don't know this guy. I've never watched a single video. Don't know what he sounds like. Don't know what he looks like. But I heard of him. And I heard of him before the cheating thing, because he was on this meteoric, 1 month rise to stardom on Twitch and YouTube, just everywhere. Everybody was on it. And then he cheated at the height of that. And it's like, damn. Is that a marketing did he do it intentionally? Did he want to be caught? Did he want to make headlines even more? Or, did it hurt him? Did it help him? But because everybody's talking about Dream and Minecraft, I'm like, yeah, I remember Minecraft. That was fun. I start playing it again. The Dream Minecraft thing gets people thinking about Minecraft. I see people who I like watching playing Minecraft, which reminds me what I liked about Minecraft. Then I want to play Minecraft again. And now I'm participating in it. And I didn't mean to. So fucking... It's weird, the cyclical thing. Even if you don't want to, chase algorithms, you end up doing it because it's just like it reminds you of the things that you liked. Hello, Kev360. He might not have cheated. Oh yeah, just that 1 in 70 bajillion chance that maybe it just happened like 6 times in a row over a course of 24-hour runs, that he kept getting a ratio of luck that was higher. Yeah, sure, Maybe Trump was, got the popular vote, and there's just this giant conspiracy. Sure. I mean, anything is technically possible as long as you assume that we're, physics don't we just believe physics are real, but they're not real. But, you know, anything is technically. The algorithm knows what you like, so it encourages you with comments. Maybe. So, what I thought we'd do today, because it got me interested, is getting these comments about KSP speedrunning, and like I watched my KSP beaten in 47 minutes. So this is the Tech Tree Unlock Science Mode category. And I've come to realize in like just getting excited about this again, that this is basically the any percent category of KSP. Because I want it to be. So I made it, you know, anything is possible if you just reinterpret the nature of reality. No, like, think about it this way, okay? Kerbal Space Program is not a game that has a conventional setup like another speedrun where, you know, in an any percent speedrun for most games, unless there's a specific reason otherwise, all the speedrunners are going to run in, if there's an easy, normal, hard mode, they're going to run in easy. Why? Because it's easier. Because you can move through things faster. If enemies have health bars, they're smaller. If you got to deal with something, you're not taking as much damage. So, like, for the purpose of any percent, which is the idea that beat the game as quickly as you possibly can while still technically playing the game, even if it means breaking the game with, you know, glitches and merging through walls and making cutscenes happen when they shouldn't and changing memory values by being in a place and then turning around and shooting an arrow and then jumping backwards 7 times. And have you seen some of the Zelda speedruns? They're crazy. You know, in the any percent category, the idea would be you would probably end up playing in the easiest mode in order to get to the end goal as quickly as possible. If we identify the end goal of KSP, the end state, if we call beating the game, unlocking the entire tech tree and having all of the buildings upgraded at the KSC, well, there's a mode of the game where the buildings are already upgraded. That's just easy mode for this category, huh? So you would obviously select easy mode if you're going for an any percent speed run, and then you just clear out the tech tree as fast as you possibly could. So this is, I can say, technically, I am the fastest runner in all of Kerbal Space Program. Because I beat the game faster than anybody else. Beat the game, because that's what this category is. It's Tech Tree Unlock Science. You start a science mode game, which means that there is no need to unlock, to have money, to care about money, and to buy into the upgrades to the Kerbal Space Program facility, to the KSC, the Kerbal Space Center. Space Center? Yeah. So you don't have to do that part. So it's just about getting science points together. And this 47-minute time has a number of errors in it. It has a number of, like, improvisations in it, and there's at least one F5, F9 moment. There's an F9 in there. So this 47 minutes, I felt back in the day when I first started... Excuse me, I'm still talking over here. When I first started, you know, when I was first, like, editing this video together, once I got done with it, I'm like, this could be done in less than 40 minutes. And I'd like to do that. I would like to beat Kerbal Space Program in less than 40 minutes. Now, it's Kerbal Space Program, okay? It's not an easy game. It's not an easy anything. So I'm going to have to, like, majorly de-rust on everything that we see in the speedrun. But I thought, if we want to do it, we start out by, like, reviewing the old one and seeing what I do. So I'm going to turn the volume down a little bit. And I think, unless you guys tell me otherwise, I'm going to turn, like, playback speed up to 1.5 or something so that we get through this 40-something minute run in a little bit less time than usual. But we'll review my old world record, and it'll help me to refamiliarize myself with the run, but we'll also be looking for optimizations. I love routing. I realize that, like, what I really love about speedrunning is the routing, you know? Actually doing it, come on, I've already figured it out. I don't need to do it, right? That's how all the cheaters end up cheating. It's like, I could do it, so I don't need to. Who was that? Lava Lamp subscribed for 4 months. Thank you very much. Welcome back to the Big Dick Club. Or just continuing the extension of the phallus there. For 4 months, that's 3 inches every month. You got 12 inches. That's a foot longer. NASA been on the same speedrun for 60 years, but they're playing on nightmare difficulty. There's, you know, that's a very underrun game. They should just be going for any percent, because, I mean, it's so much easier. Turn the difficulty down, guys, for Christ's sake. Do it the way Elon does it. Just make one rocket and keep sending it back up. Also, you could have blueprints of the rockets, says Mosaic Task Force. You can't just use no, not in this category. In creative mode, yes. And in fact, there was a conversation on the KSP leaderboards I don't know if it was recently or not. There's not a lot of conversation that goes on the KSP Discord server for the leaderboards. So I don't know if it was very recently or if it was a month ago. But I recently looked at them because now I'm interested again and saw them talking about maybe changing the language of the rules so that it's clearer what is meant there, that you can't bring pre-designed ships into career mode runs, but the creative mode runs, the sandbox, mode runs, you can. And now Gonto with the subscription for 9 months. Jesus, that's 27 inches of dick. Thank you so much. Welcome back to the Big Dick Club. Appreciation token from a pro lurker. Really enjoy your content. Well, thank you very much, Elgato. Shall we have a look at this run and just try and get a sense of what's going on? How I did it, and if there's anything that I could do to make it faster, because that's what I'd like to do. And hello, Electro Llama! I was just watching you guys chatting about the thing, and you heard me. I just said it. Pay attention. Starting again in 5, 4, okay, 3, that's 2, 1. That's some fast talking. I'm just going to turn me down a little bit more. Escape button and clicks. This is going to make the speedrun look even faster than it already is. Maybe I should just turn it up and it's a parachute. I'll pause it if I want to say something. 3 mystery goos. It's thrust limited. That'll do. And then, okay, my first comment is this guy talks way too fast. My God, shut the hell up. You know, I'm trying to commentate this thing. I remember this is like, I'm about to lose 2 seconds to the game not with it's right over there, staging, which I could have done out on the pad anyway. So there's a place that we can save some time with the fucking staging. Watch this. And it's staged, and it's launched. Damn it, they stole another 2-3 seconds from me. You see? Bastards. These bastards. And give me Mr. Goo, give me crew report, stack them up. When you get out, the UI is still open, so I can just take that data immediately. Then you can sort of sample EV report me, get back on, SAS, and go. Only over in that general direction, and I'm not even going to turn the camera. I'm so confident. Observe Mr. Goo, put the U out, and then you, put the crew report, EVA, because we want you to get an EVA report from the ladder. Okay, get close enough to pick his nose. Out of here. SAS is 4 times phys warp down. So, what's going on here at the beginning of the run is in the first minute and 14 seconds, apparently. We slap some mystery goo onto the ship. We get ourselves a small flea rocket. We turn down the thrust of it, and we turn down the, we actually remove a fair bit of fuel from it to control how far we're going to move off of the launch pad when we fire it. We fire it over in this general direction. I actually want to land somewhere in the KSC just so I'm not consuming this larger biome, which is just whatever it is in the game. It probably says it up here. It says it somewhere in game, but landing out here is okay. It's focused on getting as much science as possible on this first thing because we want to get science to unlock more parts. And the funnest and most interesting part of this whole thing is as I'm grabbing the... You shut up for a second. As I'm grabbing the science here, I EVA him out, but you see that I've left the... let me step back one more time here. Little things like this. So I've got the Mark 1 command pod like menu open, and when I select this and then pop him out, the command pod thing is still open, but because we're now outside the command pod, it's actually changed what we can do with it. That leaves this up so that I can just click take data because we want to remove the data from the command pod because of things that really KSP should have changed the way that they work. But the only way to continually put more stuff into the command pod is to take it out, put it back in there, and then it's properly filed and sorted like Deborah in accounting wants, and then you can carry on. But so I remember finding all these little tricks of if I leave this menu open, then I won't have to reopen it and things like that we'll be seeing as the run plays. So I can just take that data immediately, then you can sort of sample EV report me, get back on, SAS, and go. Only over in that general direction, and I'm not going to turn the camera. I'm so confident. And at this point, I was so confident in this particular method here that I just didn't even turn the camera to look in the direction that I was firing, because I knew how much, like, basically how the angle of the ship, that how I wanted it so that it would fly generally in the direction that I was hoping for. And if I do land in the facility, there's a chance that I land on the roof of something, and it's really problematic. But this routing, boom, we've already recovered the first ship here. With this version of routing, and this was an update to routing over like my first attempts and over a lot of what I had done in the first place, because we had started out with a thing where we launch Jeb and we get him out there, and then he gets out and he runs to another biome to collect more data, and I found out that we could push ourselves to what I was calling early, not mystery goo, early science junior, to be able to unlock something by getting enough science together for it if we launched 2 ships. And what we're going to see here is that I believe I get that done in around 3 minutes. And so it's, if it's not as fast, it's getting more done and it's getting us more points for our investment of time. And straight into R&D. Thanks, I got it. Engineering, we buy both of these. That gives us additional science we can tack onto the ship and send it back out to the spaceplane hangar for more data. So you, there, you, there. Switch over to the spaceplane hangar, and this will put it out on the runway where we haven't already collected the science. So now I've got we've added the barometer and the thermometer to the front of it, and little subtlety to that.
Porn gets a haircut every day to always look the same.
It's, it's been very hard on me during COVID, trying to get had to have the hairdresser move in, attic apartment, running the furnace a lot for him up there, but, keeps, for you, to look this good, for you. Thank you, little magnets, for the cheer. And Troy to the boy, hello and welcome. Say we petition to change his name to Rappin' Ronin. Running it in 1.11, there's a new version? I wasn't planning on anyway, unless there's some kind of benefit to it that I'm unaware of. I'm just coming back to it. I'm completely blind to any changes that have happened. So we're looking at this to get a sense of what we're going to do, and you guys can tell me if there's something I should know that's going to make this a lot faster. But putting the barometer and thermometer on, there's a little subtlety to that, is putting one on the left and one on the right. When we get to the point that I spin the camera around to the front of them, I want them in such a way that one of the pop-ups, one of the dialogues when I right-click it will go to the left and I can pin it there, and one will go to the right and I can pin it there, and that'll just keep it where I can click these things. And everything that we're seeing right here, we're watching it 1.5 times, can be done a little bit faster. Some of it I feel good about. Most of it is like, move the fucking mouse, man, my God. Zoom. Oh, a lot of zoom. Zoom out, in fact, a bit. And then observe the mystery goo. Give me pressure data. Give me... Here's the other thing. Data. Supposed to pin these. Still not doing the pinning. Supposed to pin those. Report. Something that I've, very often while the runs were going on, I just continuously forgot. I just didn't run the category long enough to get, into muscle memory mode with them, to get to the point where I remembered to, hold the things up on screen that I wanted and needed to hold up. We're down. Crew report me from the astronaut complex. The last mystery goo. Then EVA. And get your surface sample EVA report. Take the data, reboard, pressure data, temperature, recover, and our first split is almost a minute ahead. And that's another little thing that, I eventually figured out while I was grinding this out, was that, if you're careful about it and you just follow some rules and stuff, you don't have to actually click the accept the science button. Once you've collected it, and it's on screen, if you just reboard while it's open, then it closes it and auto accepts it. And, if you recover at that point, even if they're still open, there's little things that make it so I don't have to click there. I can just keep moving. If I got the... and what are you saying, Jermacian? In 1.11, you can now carry and build and modify your ship on the fly. Only benefit in 1.11 is Kerbals are lighter with no EVA pack. You can remove the EVA pack and it changes their mass? Okay. You can carry extra EVA fuel, too. Really? Like the Kerbal can? Is it still that the command pod itself is an infinite supply of EVA, of monoprop for EVA? The right amount of science. Otherwise, it's a scrubbed run. So back in here, we buy Mystery Goo, or no, Science Junior, rather, and we buy into the first 2 tiers. And this is the whole thing about this change to routing that I had made to run the 2 missions back to back and get it done in apparently about 3 minutes 3 seconds in this run, is that we come back with enough science to buy this one right here, this tier, which I believe costs, are we up to 90 for that? But it costs something, and we need a lot of science for that. So running the mission twice in just 3 minutes gets us the science that we can get that, and that means that we can go immediately to Minmus, because we'll have the Science Junior, and we don't have to do any extra missions around Kerbin. So this is the 2 launches, this whole speed run is those 2 launches at the, from the KSC, just a little bit over to another spot on the KSC to get multiple biomes of science, and then 2 launches to Minmus and done. In their entirety, we start building the next ship. All right, good pace so far. Now you in there, use the cough button. This on. We're going to build this ship yet again. We haven't built it in my ears, what I could say. 3 of you on like so. 1 thermometer, 1 barometer. And then we want a blade for later. Music is so jazzy at this pace. A decoupler for now. Science Junior below that. Better. Start building the ship. 1, 2. Borrowing from Greybeard Wizard, I'm going to put 4 of these on here because it works out nicely. And that's, so I put in a run initially that was sub-hour, maybe it was like 57, 58 minutes or something like that. And within a week or 2 of me adding that world record, I published the video, Greybeard Gaming saw it, and came in and drove it down, I think saving another 6 minutes over my world record, basically running the same route, except for this was one of the bigger changes. He had added an extra fuel tank, maybe just to cover things. I think primarily he had added it for landing stability, to have 4 landing legs as opposed to 3. And when I came back to see if I couldn't, take the world record back and drive it sub 50, because I saw that that was possible from Greybeard's run, I decided to take this improvement that he'd made to my run with me, because this was, an improvement. It gives you more fuel to play with and gives you solider, stable, and you can land faster, although that won't happen in this run for me because I'm not so good at the suicide burns. A swivel engine tucked in there, and then some landing legs for it. As low as I can get them. It's pretty low. Decoupler. Thank you. And then the lifter stage. 1, 2, 4, 6. Oops. And my God, we build this ship so often, and because I ran a whole bunch of different categories in Kerbal Space Program when I started doing it, and this ship was incredibly good for getting that first wave of science together. And it's built in a really interesting way that kind of cheeses the game a little bit, and I'm playing with its symmetry in a way that if you don't do this exactly right, then the symmetry can really mess up on you and not give you what you want. Usually when I build like this, when I'm just trying to create something creatively, I end up running into some big problem where, you load it out onto the pad and then it doesn't show the way that it's supposed to, because, it's no longer built that way because symmetry got confused, whatnot. So we assign some action grouping to all of the science that we've just put on here on the toggle for the keys, the 1 button. On 2, we set it up to collect all of that data, so that while we're running, I can just hit 1, it'll gather all of the science for me. If I hit 2, it'll suck it all up. Then we're almost 2 minutes ahead. From here, we just launch immediately. I don't need any science from the pad. I get this to just a touch above 40, or just a touch above 70. Used to, in the first version of this routing, used to take science from the pad because I didn't know exactly how much science I was going to get from place to place, and just watching my own runs back and my own attempts, I did the math on it and figured out, oh, I don't need that. I don't need that either. I don't need that either. And found out that I actually didn't need to collect any science on this mission until we got into maybe high orbit. I think high orbit might have been safety science even. I think we can get away with just going straight to Minmus. However, this attempt that I'm about to run to go straight to Minmus was a bit of a flaw in this run that I'm hoping to correct, when we start running this again. I'm just tapping us down. 70 on the APWAPS so far. 80 on the APWAPS. Yep. Orbital readings now. 100 on the APWAPS. You know what? I'm going to kill the engines because this is feeling kind of... No, keep burning. Keep burning. Go on. Commit. Commit to your idea here. Just keep burning. And so the idea is every time that we've launched this vessel, we come up and then I get a circularization, and then Minmus is in exactly the right position for me to leave. But there is that time of getting the circularization that I wasn't sure whether it was going to skew things too much, or, the coming up slower, and then getting into a place and then burning the circularization, and then a few seconds later it's like, boom, Minmus is in a great place, we're at the right place in our orbital period to leave, so we go straight for it. I thought, well, maybe I can go straight to Minmus, and that's what I tried in this world record, and I think that can still be done, but not, better than this, because this is going to take more time than it ought to. Drop them, and now I can 2 times Fizz Warp, maybe even 3 times, we shall see. And we're going to find out right now whether or not this works out for going to Minmus. So, set you as a target. Kinda does. Coming up on the end of these engines. View. And go up to 3 times Fizz Warp now. Yeah, we left it entirely the wrong time. X. So this is not going to work at all. Yeah, so Minmus has just passed our orbit right there. So the saving grace of this is that, especially with Greybeard Gaming's 4 liquid fuel for the 4 legs that we attached instead of the 3 that I originally designed it with, we've got Delta fuel or Delta V for days in comparison to what we need, which means I'm just going to head out to the middle here and burn us. Is that going to be radial in? But what we could do is radial in, radial in. He doesn't know either. See if we can't save it. Fuck you, Moon. Getting him away. I remember here I could. I remember that being occasionally problematic as well. That the Moon kept getting in my way in other runs, not this run, because the timing of when we get out here is consistent. But there's some other category that I was working on. Who needs maneuver nodes? Oh yeah, who needs maneuver nodes? Now watch me struggle to get this maneuver node in the right place. Is it? Or not the maneuver node, but the periapse. Prograde to push forward. The other thing that people brought up in watching, or I think during the live streams about this, was that I always put my periapse on the leading face, and I was going counterclockwise, or counter rotation against Minmus, and that meant that a normal burn was an anti-normal and stuff like that. And somebody just asked why, and I was like, because it's what I've been doing. I don't know. So I don't know that there's any particularly good reason for me to not come around right here. Like if I had the periapse lined up right there, if I just would have prograded forward. I mean, I'm trying to right now, I believe, and it's getting off, but like I could have just come around out here. So maybe that's an update to routing that we can make. Whatever side I happen to be on when I'm done, just go in at it. I don't see that there's any reason why I shouldn't, and save the time of trying to switch things around. Hello, Mac. It happened, by the way. Who needs maneuver nodes, he says, right? Isn't that? No, it was the normal. You wanted to pull up. Pawn. You're thinking backwards. And I'm thinking backwards because once I get up there, god damn it. Head to your prograde. Once I get up there and I'm in the retro orbit of Minmus, it will be, anti-normal for normal. I'm gonna go with it. We needed to take some safety science from around here, so safety science me. Suck that all in. Bob, get out. Give me an EDA report. And let's set this up. I want you to collect data, restore, and we pin that for later, and restore that. And this is another thing that I'll be, messing up on regularly. I'm supposed to be hitting the 2 button to collect all before I do certain things, and you gotta get into a pattern with that, and I hadn't gotten to the pattern, so a lot of the time you're gonna see me having to collect all and then restore, as opposed to just restore, because it's supposed to have already been collected. Get out. ED report. Collect data, restore, collect data, restore. I'm trying to hit the 2 button, but not intentional. Out for me. Now get to your retrograde. And while you're getting to your retrograde, I will warp us up to the periapse. And where is this periapse again? And you 4 times warp to your retrograde, and start burning for capture. 21. Okay. We got ourselves a nice capture. It's still safe too. So, so that's a good approach there. That is what I want to happen every time. I know that later in this run it doesn't happen when we come back to Minmus, but I want to be coming in at the low orbit immediately. I believe science low at Minmus is valid below 25k. Might even be 35k. Might even be 35k. But I'm trying to be within the low orbit, because if I do that, then on the way in I'll just stop before I hit my periapse while I'm still high enough, get the high over Minmus data, and then move to the low one, get the low over Minmus data, and then burn retrograde and get the circularization, get the orbit of Minmus. But sometimes that's harder to do because of the size and power of the next ship that we bring. This one, it comes together pretty easily. Grab the science from here. Thank you. Pocket that science, EVA. Give me the EVA report. Indeed. Restore, reboard. F5 from here. And where's our landing site? Can't see it, so we're going to go around. So we can see. Electrolama, one-time save could be leaving the collected data window open and off to the side instead of clicking Keep Experiment. Leaving the collected data window open instead of clicking Keep Experiment. Oh! Just leaving because yeah, it does just like refresh itself, doesn't it? I don't think I've ever even tried to drag that off to one side. You can drag the window? You're talking about the window that pops up when you're collecting science. So I could just put it over there, and then anything that happens to come in. It's very satisfying, though, to spam click on those collect data buttons. So I like the tactile sense of that. But maybe. See it? That ain't it. It's coming up now. It's the butterfly. Get me to the periapp side of things. Warp me here. All right, never mind. I'll do it. Okay, from there, SAS on, give me an anti-normal burn, so we can twist upward. That's another little, like, improvement, just to, like, performance, not to the routing, but to the delivery of it, is to hit those transitions better, hit those, is the warping. Get really comfortable with warping it and miss manually. Never let the game auto-warp me, because it just chooses to take random amounts of time to get you where you're trying to go that just suck. It sucks seconds off of the run. And warp at all speed that you possibly can. Also, I remember at this point in the run, I've done enough runs of it to have realized that there is a benefit to me moving closer to my landing, my intended landing area, before I burn retro in order to set up for the landing, just so that I can come in steeper, because there's pretty serious hills around all of the LZs, all the landing zones that I've chosen for min-miss. Anyway, 4 times. And that's a touchdown. Settled it. Saddle. Oh, Electrolama, you're talking about what I was talking about at the beginning, which is just like reboarding the ship instead of clearing them out. Yeah, I think that's just a hard thing to break yourself of habitually, because there's going to be times where I do have to click all of them, and then... But you're right, I do that like in the first 2 little launches around the Space Center, because, those were parts that I grinded so much that I got very familiar with them and knew exactly what I needed and wanted to save every second. You don't know nothing, game, about me and crashing. I'm an expert at crashing. Don't talk to me about crashing. I know more than you'll ever know about crashing, game. In fact, watch this. No, don't say that one. he makes jokes while he's speedrun. I love this guy. He's good. He's good. Where do I sub? How can I support? Have you got a Patreon? Oh, patreon.com/runandpawn. Okay, cool. And we are down on the surface of Mimus. Hold that. Give me more data from the lowlands. EVA. Surface sample EVA report. Collect, restore. Boom. Suck it in. You remember to do that, and we're still going 90. So we land Minmus, and then we move to 3 different sites where we can collect different data. And this I think this little area that we're heading to now is broken off of the larger flats. So this is like, I think this one is a stock default like Minmus ice flats, and the one across from it that we just came from is like the lesser flats, and then of course between the two on the little land bridge that we stopped is the Minmus lowlands. So it gets us 3 different biomes worth of data. One of the things that I considered that I'm thinking about here, give me your your thoughts on it, is what if we came in like polar or something? What if we picked a different site entirely? Because I'm always struggling at the end to get like the final wisp of science that we need to clear out the 15,000 science we need to unlock everything in the KSC. And a part of that, I think, is that the science that we're collecting, some of it's less valuable because we've already collected it before on this mission. Because we're landing on this time at the lesser ice flats, and then on the next one at the greater ice flats. And so we won't have gotten any of the greater ice flats data, but we will have gotten the just generic ice flats and the lowland. So if we picked a different landing zone that had 3 distinctly, truly unique sites to land on, maybe that's better. And if we land somewhere polar, maybe there's a way to do it so that we have more daylight, more frequent, like, availability of light. I mean, if we landed directly on the pole, but that wouldn't work because we need to move to another one. But, you know, just a different, potentially different landing sites, because ideally we would have 6 different landing sites available. We only need 5. So ideally we'd have 5 different landing sites that we'd land at. Right now, I believe we're landing at 4. Is greater flats, lesser flats, flats, and lowlands. So if we could come up with a 5th that was also unique and distinct between the 2 missions, that would make the science more valuable, and we could transmit it and probably skip 1 or 2 of our cycles of grinding for science that comes up at the end of this. There are 2 of me, Jamie F. Don't make an error, Pawn. You know, I can make whatever errors I want to. You ain't the boss of me. This is going to be hard to remember. Oh, to remember, like, which things I buy into in terms of derusting. Because, you know, I mean, I designed this route in order to give us all the things that we wanted, but it's a lot of different things to click just basically by memory. I love this ship design, too. This is absolutely brilliant. It's way better than the first ship design. The first design is really overbuilt, but I mean, it has to be. You know, that's something that we could also look at, is can we make a simpler ship that's easier to slap together, but with the parts that we have at that point, it's kind of just what works, what makes sense. But it takes so much effort to put that together in comparison to this one, which has a lot more going on, but the twin bore comes into effect here, and it's hugely beneficial because it's just one piece for both liquid fuel and the engines, and just gets it done. Correctly, the twin bore. And the twin bore will be followed by standoff radials, another update to routing here that just makes things a little bit easier to build because the snapping points are fewer there. And then we need aerodynamics. So, is that on correctly? Nope. And here's some time waste. Damn it, you went past it again. Come on now. Okay, those are on. And then you. Friggin' snapping points in the builder, man. It's do the staging. Eats seconds from me at every corner of this run. That, right? And the fairing comes down to here. We're going to save this as ship number 4 when we get to that. I'm going to update. Oh, I need the extra science. Solar panels. Thank you. Thank you for solar panels. So science, number 1 is just one of these. See, chat is helpful. And then going back. He's going to forget to put the friggin' solar panels on. Maybe. And the solar panels. 8 of those. And then over to the action grouping. We're going to update things. So custom 1 still has everything we had on it before, but now we're going to add log seismic display, and add run magnetometer. We're going to get rid of the crew report because they kind of just get in the way. On 3, we're going to add in extend our solar panels, and that's a save. It's been a while. I haven't built this today, so I hope I did it right. We're going to come out here. We're going to buy ourselves another scientist, Cadred Kerman. Come on in. So we need 2 scientists to populate our lab that we've just tacked onto this thing for the fastest grind of science once we're up there. Because we're playing in science mode, every Kerbal is a 5-star general of whatever it is that they do, so we don't have to plant any flags or level anybody up, but we do need 2 scientists and a pilot. And, you know, I don't like Jebediah. And we're going to launch this. Ship number 4, no Jeb, we like Val. And then we're going to have Bob, and we're going to have Cadred, and launch it. Now it's a split. 6 minutes, 42 seconds ahead. Now, from here, take all the data, chuck it in there. I want to get this up, like so. Clean the experiments. I say Asantro to go. So right there, I could get all of the data that I can, and then immediately launch, and then deal with getting the mobile processing lab up. At this point, it was kind of, you know, I just hadn't been running it that long, so... I wanted to go through them like step by step and not be doing multiple things at once, but here I should launch as quickly as I possibly can. The other thing is, let's look at, in fact, how much science do I actually get out of this, and I might even slow us down so that we have a chance to see what's coming in. Go ahead. Now, from here, take... So... This is worth 5 data. Take all the data. 0, 5. So 5 plus 0, so we got 10 data so far is what I see. 5, 0, 5, 0. I think maybe just immediately launch. For that amount of data, leave it on the pad. I mean, I know it's we end up scrimping on this, but if we can, especially if we could find that like 5th unique biome to land in, that would be a huge benefit. Even if the data isn't more valuable as data going into the lab, it will be more valuable for transmission. And if we can put together like 500 worth of science to transmit back and do so like reliably, then that saves us a whole cycle at the end of waiting for science to grind. So that's interesting. Hello, the zombies on the bus. I am doubling. I am double pawn here. A mountain on the poles might get more sunlight, says Electrolama. Yeah, it really calls for, like, looking at a biome map of Minmus and see if there's in a place where there are just 2, right? For that last launch, like, we want 3 for the first launch, so we could land in either of the 2 places that I usually, either at the larger or the greater flats or at the lesser flats, either of the 2 zones that I usually land there, and then any other place with 2 more distinct biomes. I mean, if I just picked a spot where I could clearly tell that it changes from Minmus's Midlands to Minmus's Highlands, that would be fine. Yeah, I think we got to focus on that, because getting distinct data, that could save us a whole cycle that is a long cycle at the end of this, where we don't have a lot of data and can take, the better part of an entire minute. Chuck it in there. I want to get this up. Like so. Let's get back up to speed here, friend. Go faster. Pull this down to below 70. About there. Start getting some stuff up on for later. Got to remember how to fly these ships, too. This is a very touchy ship because we're going to time warp it. And you'll see that the SRBs lean in real hard when you hit 2 times fizz warp. And they tend to hold stable for a bit. But then by the end of this, we're going to start generating some heat. They're going to keep, like, dipping in more and more. They start to wobble. We'll come out of fizz warp. I will fire up the liquid fuel engines. I'll wait for those to stabilize a little bit before I drop them. And then we're already in space at our EPWAPs, so we're good there. I'm going to 4 times fizz warp immediately. You can continue to follow your prograde where that is possible. And we're going to get up to... Another, like, big thing to think about would be direct descent. If I paid very close attention to the timing of launch, we could figure out when to leave for Minmus that's going to, so that I can just go there and still get in orbit, because there's a lot of stuff that we have to do at Minmus that, has the orbit going with it. But we could figure out the timing for this to be a direct descent as opposed to a get in orbit of Kerbal, then transfer, then, all of the things. So that's another place where there's a lot of time save on the table. If you just figure out the precise moment to leave that you could just burn straight up even and get to Minmus. Just around 60. Pop this fairing. Hit the 1 button again. Taking all that science. Val's going to get out. Take us an EVA report from upper atmosphere. Get back in. 2. Suck it in. Clean the experiments. And now that we're in space, we take all the science again. And we'll be waiting for the magnetometer boom to come in. But we can queue up the EVA report, throw that in, reboard 2, clean the experiments, and now we are going to... And I love the use of the magnetometer boom here, because it's the timing of getting that up and then getting the pilot out as well to do the EVA just works out great. If I get the clicks in time, which really depends on the camera to put me on the correct side of the ship, then it's really no additional time waste, because just getting the pilot out and getting their right-click menu up is almost exactly the same amount of time it takes for the magnetometer boom to open up and come in. And I see Ventatsu suggesting auto strut on the nose cones might help with the fizz warp if I have that tech at this point in the game. Yeah, I don't know if I'm buying into a tier that has the struts in it. That would be the only thing. You got to buy struts, and then you get the auto struts unlocked, presuming you've configured it to have the advanced tweakables, which I always do. So that is possible to make it more stable, but it would take a little, extra time to set that up, just, a second or 2. But it's clearly not necessary. I kind of like not doing it. Keep it a little bit dangerous, right? Other thing right here is that I'm actually using, like, maneuver nodes in order to get this done. And with a ship this powerful, like, the subtlety of trying to get the maneuver node set up and then follow the maneuver node, is it worth it? If we get a direct descent to Minmus, at that point, I can just, make the kind of radial in, radial out burns, normal, anti-normal. I can just do it by eye. I'll have to be very on my game and good to be able to get the ball, and eyeball where I want to go and what I need to do in order to get there. But it's possible. I'm not sure about that, because it's like, at this point with this big ship, it is a nice crutch to have to set up a maneuver node. It also allows me to like set up the maneuver node, then click fast forward to go to that maneuver node, and then while it's fast forwarding, get over to the adjustments for the maneuver node and start making the adjustments sort of while we're coming for it. So it doesn't, you know, there's a way that I've optimized it, or that I, maybe not even in this run that I've optimized it, but that I have optimized it in other runs, that it doesn't really take that much more time. It would be cooler if I did it without the maneuver nodes, though. That's entirely possible, anyway. I didn't think you needed the magnetometer for the cheat ship, says Lava Lamp. Well, we don't. That's another thing that I love about this category, is that I'm actually playing the game, you know, this, because we're not like landing all planets and planting flags everywhere. You know, these ships are ships that make sense to some degree and are being flown correctly, as opposed to, I've got maximum throttle and I've got... and I hope that it's the case that it still doesn't make sense to waste the time trying to unlock enough science to like make the fake ship for what you need to do at Minmus to get the science in. I hope that's the case, because it's nice that this is a category where to run it the fastest, it actually makes sense to play the game the way that it's, you know, kind of meant to be played, as opposed to glitching parts together to give yourself infinite fuel and infinite thrust. Don't forget about the always show closest approach setting. Yeah, I bitched about that a lot, didn't I? Back when it should fucking be on from default, like a lot of things in Kerbal. Okay, all right, you keep going. Prograde forward, normal up, prograde forward. Change the resolution of these controls. Pull it in a bit more. See normal up. That right there, changing resolution of controls and trying to do this. The ship's too big to actually have the level of control that I'm setting up with this, and it can't even like follow its own, you know, target as we burn. Look at how little throttle I'll have on this by the end of it. Like, I'm just doing the one tick up, and it still loses, you know, the node of the targeting node. Son of a bitch. It's fine. I'll just run it like this. And then pushes it past it, and it's too high. Space high over Kerbal. Which I said what I wanted to do was come in below that 35k threshold. I think it's 35k, where we'd be getting the low. So it's just one less step. You know, I don't have to lower the apoaps after I get to the other side of Minmus. So that's another time save if I can get lucky on it. But it is going to be very difficult to control because the engines are just powerful. It's a big ship at that point. And Mac It Happen, thank you for the subscription. Welcome back to the Big Dick Club. 3 months. That's 9 inches. That's impressive. Thank you for the support. Let's carry on. Keep going, Pawn. Yep, get all those. You get out. If I can click you before it comes up. I couldn't. EVA. Yep. Reboard. 2. Clean the experiments. F5. And we're going to Minmus. So warp me here. I was trying to keep that periapse under 30k so that we could do the science, and it was going to be just slightly faster was my plan. But we burned to here, so we're going to it. Not wasting our time waiting on it. So there's our ship. Coming into Minmus now. I also like this once you get into the pattern of doing this final mission. There's, you know, there is this like click, click, pop, click, click thing that goes on with the whole take the science, clear it out, EVA, right click, EVA report, grab that, clear out the magnetometer, boom, then come out, then clean the experience, then F5, then go back to map mode. There's like all this, you know, it's the same pattern over and over again, and it feels very satisfying to do. Periapse low. That will do. And we're going to go to that periapse now. And we're going to get science from low around Minmus. And I'm going to have to burn down the... Look at how long this fucking auto time warp is taking. We were just on the other side of the fucking thing. Just get there. So that's, you know, all of this time just wasted to the... So it's got to be all manual time warping, because you can't trust the friggin' game to do it with any good speed. Clean experiments. F5. Find your retrograde, please, because we do need to burn it. So this is the thing that I wouldn't necessarily have to do, is drop our apoaps down. You know, we could have just dropped our periapse from the other side, and then I could have immediately moved into this. Difference of like 3 to 5 seconds. Not going to make or break anything, but it's an unclean run unless I get that as well. Sure. All right, reboard. I don't want to waste time trying to get things that are hard to get and weird and whatnot. And then this is a whole nother thing. If we could get rid of this would be great to get rid of if we could. So now we're like in orbit of Minmus, and I'm just going to go around Minmus, and I'm trying to collect all these different EVAs from different biomes over Minmus, because the, you know, external, the extravehicular, the EVAs, those things, when you're below the threshold, they depend on what's directly below you. So like right now, this is a Minmus flat, and then there's a Minmus lowland, and then there's a slope, and there's a midland, and there's a highland. What else you got? You got the lesser flats, you got the greater flats, you've got poles, I suppose. I don't actually know what else is here for biomes on Minmus, but trying to just visually guess, especially at like slopes and stuff, it's so tempting. You see, that's definitely the edge of this and that and the other thing, but you're trying to look up and down to see exactly where you are over something, and one, your camera could be off, two, the game is really like kind of bitchy about how skinny some of these biomes are, the slope, you know? Sometimes they don't match up exactly correctly with what you can see and what it is. So if this whole thing could go away, that'd be great. But right now we're collecting these EVAs just to have more data to be able to cram into the R&D center there, into the mobile science lab, the processing lab, so that we can try and push our way up to, we need 29 to 30 like full data to science processes, up to 500 science and then transmit, 500 science and transmit. We do that 30 times at the end of the run, 29. And if I can pick up science anywhere else or by any other method, you know, if we're landing on a distinct, like we talked about, a distinct area that we haven't been to before that's got two things that we've never collected from the ground, and if transmitting those makes up for that loss and we could get rid of this whole orbital cycle and just go straight to landing, that would be huge, huge gain. You'll see how much time we're going to spend here. So, EVA me again. EVA report. That's the lesser Thank you,
flaps.
Edward
Good.
Cole.
Suck it in. Me up to over here. This has got to be Midlands. Doesn't want, but it's got to. EVA report, Midlands. Thank you. B2. Okay, that's 3 EVA reports so far. Right
Sergal Butt. RCS for final adjustments. I just don't think it's worth the time in a speedrun. You know, off the top of my head, just considering it right now as you say it. I just wouldn't think that it's worth the time in the speedrun to tack on even just, you know, a couple of RCS vents to be able to do something with.
I said I didn't want to fight for it. Here I am fighting for it.
I know it would make it a lot easier. I could just as easily like right-click the engines and thrust limit in order to get finer controls over it. But even that seems like if I'm right-clicking and pulling up and making an adjustment and then taking the time to subtly try and move something to a place, am I gaining time or am I losing time? It might be worth doing fine thrust adjustment though. You know, especially if it gets me so that I don't have to do the peri-apps or the apo-apps drop, rather, once we get to the other side of it. You're making me consider that, definitely. But I don't think RCS adding it is worth the time at build. Could be wrong. That's just my first thought. A little bit more before I retrograde, because I'd like to come in hard. Coming kind of hard on this. Hello, Just That Gender Fluid, and welcome. What's up is we're reviewing my old world record run because I want to beat it. It's 47 minutes before. I think we can go sub 40 with a little bit more routing and better delivery of what I first intended with this. So many months ago when I did it. The low, the high, the everything. We got it all. The other thing, this is another part, is if I can properly learn the suicide burns for these ships. These are the exact same ships every single time. If I just figure out precisely when to start these, then I can hit the ground a lot faster and get to work a lot faster. So that's a place to make improvements. And we are down on the surface of Minmus, and that should be a split. F5. I love in my previous world record, too, the one before this, that was the 50-some minutes. On this first landing, I let our surface drift speed get below 1 meter per second, and then we just started drifting, and it was going to land with speed, and so I had to, like, crank it. We actually did, like, a backflip, and then I said, okay, fuck it, I'll land it myself instead of using the auto... you know, the maneuver node for retrograde, which is the easy way to do the landing. It was great. It was worth the backflip and the time loss for it. But yeah, so now we're into this cycle where we're literally just on the surface of Minmus. We've got all this data. It's packed full. The maximum amount of data that you can fit in here is 700. And then that turns into 500 science maximum, and then you transmit that back. So at this point in the game, with the other things that I've already unlocked to be able to build the ship that's gotten us here, we need about 15,000 science to unlock the rest of the tech tier. So with 500 science per transmission, we need to do this 30 times. The thing is, we do have some extra science left over, and we have science that we can transmit from the surface after we've collected, after we've used it all as data and processed it as science. We can recollect all that data and transmit it back for little chunks that amount to something, to a few hundred, and we do this at 2 different sites. So if they're worth something at both of them, you know, we might be getting 300, 400 extra science by doing that transmission, which is one of these cycles where we have to wait to, you know, generate the data in. So that helps. But that's why I'm thinking if we found a second site that's completely different than these, it's got 2 unique biomes that we haven't landed on, just a Midlands Highlands conversion would make sense. If we could find a flattish area, a nice flat area for me to land this great big ship on where I can jump between Midlands and Highlands, that might be something that makes it so that I can avoid 1 or 2 extra of these cycles of turning data into science. It might be something that allows me to skip the whole orbiting for EVAs stage of this. If we can get rid of that orbiting for EVAs stage of this at this point, as watching it back, I am now thinking that's our biggest time save. Can I get rid of that? Forget the EVAs at Minmus. Just go straight to landing, you know? Get the science from high Minmus orbit, low Minmus orbit, and then just come straight down. I wonder how much science we get
14
from those EVAs. Like, we can find out by just popping back and looking at any one of the EVAs that I actually got before I went to landing. So if we go back here in the video, now that's landing already. What have we got? Is it going to be like here?
To over here. It's got to be Midlands. Doesn't one, but it's got to. EVA report.
So here's the thing, is what I really need to know is how much it's worth as data, though. Does that say here anywhere? Because it won't until I put it in the thing, and then I can, you know, put it in for data. So that one we already had. Show me one that's distinct and unique so I get an idea of at least what the science is worth, and maybe somebody in chat can reverse engineer it, or just tell me if you know.
Still Midlands, though. Yeah, not going to fight you for it.
It's worth 0. This should be a unique one.
Going right over slopes. Tell me that
Oh, but you're going for slopes. Yeah, I remember the slopes didn't come in. So just move forward and grab the one over the flats. And that's worth 32 as science, either recovered or transmitted. What is it worth as data is what I need to know. Deserve a lot more support for beating the world record multiple times. Oh, well, thank you, Gender Fluid. This run had a bit of extra science. I think if you skip the EVAs, just copy the same last part a bit better, you can save loads of time. Yeah, I think so too, with some slight improvements to routing and then just, yeah, better delivery. Like, there's a big error at the end of this. I got really confused. I'm trying to transmit my data. We run out of electricity. It's a big mess that, like, I didn't know what was happening, and I just didn't feel like I had the time to logic it out and figure out what was going wrong, because we were on pace to go sub 50 minutes, and that's what I was going for. So I just ground through it. We could have been done 3 minutes early, I think. But yeah, if this is worth 32 science, is there a formula for figuring out what it's worth as data when you put it into the lab? Because I think at 32 science, it's going to be worth... It's not going to be insignificant. This might be very important. This might be a lot of data. Huh. No idea what data is worth what, but here's a biome map for Mimus. Okay, good. Yeah, I do want to look at that later. In fact, I'll pop that open now. And we will come back to it. And these biome maps are, like, notoriously bad and occasionally, like, just wrong and shit, but I like that this one looks like it was made in MS Paint, because it actually gives it more... It's by ScanSat in 0.23. Gives it more credentials. Like, the official in-game biome map is, I'm pretty sure, wrong. Like, if you look it up. Maybe it's changed since the version that I saw, but... we'll come back to look at that. So if it's 32 science, let's bear that in mind, remember it. In fact, I might be able to catch myself while I'm putting science into the thing once we've landed it. All I need to do is see one of them, and one of them will represent all the others. So where are we at? Good. This is going to be one where we recycle it. Let me slow the footage back down to at least normal speed. Because I'm going to be clicking through this super fast.
8.
No?
Oh, I said I'd stop.
Yes, you did. Okay. So EVA report from Mrs. Flats. From Mrs. Flats. That's landed, though. That's not above. So I'm not sure if I should frame by frame through this, because once I start clicking it, it's probably going to be frame by frame as fast as I click through them. We'll see. I'll just let it run. We got a magnetometer report. Those 3 don't turn into data for some reason. Well in space high over Minmus. I haven't collected that before now. Is there a reason why that doesn't turn into data? Because I don't think it's already been, like, collected and used, and so it's like, no, I've already seen that before. It's just magnetometer reports are not data-able. I mean, they're worth science for transmission later, so it's worth having it on there. Turnitor prettier map. Okay, thank you. We'll check them out when we come to the end of this. There's magnetometer report. Oh, that one was... All right, go back. So that one was worth something. So why wasn't the other one worth something? Maybe I'd already put one in. It's a duplicate that we grabbed. That's weird, because you only get them on my way in. But this one in space near Minmus is worth 1,240 friggin' science. Good God, the thing can only store 750. How do you even... No, it's worth 248 data. Right, okay. So let's keep going. EVA report from space just above Greater Flats is worth 44 data. So on this run, I think I had 4 EVA reports extra that I grabbed on the way in. And here's the thing, if we go straight to landing, I can get some on the way that we, while we're coming into land. I can get the 2 that I'm passing over, on this. If we picked a new site, if we found a new site that I could competently or confidently land on, then there would be those 2 sites that I could get out while we're coming in for that final landing and grab them as I pass over both of them and at least have 2 of them, which means that we'd be losing just 88 data over this run. And if we can... 88 data would be almost 500 science, though. I mean, it's saying 44 data is equal to 220, so we're talking about... That's a lot of science to have to make up if I don't grab 4. If we have a very specific landing... LZ, very specific landing zone for this site, then instead of, like, trying to collect all these EVAs from... in orbit just wherever, then maybe I can grab them all on the way in, I can know that on my final pass, I'm going to pass over, like, the lesser flats, and we can EVA outside over that, and then on the last, as we come in, if we pass over a midlands, and then there's a lowlands, and we got to look at that. That's a huge place for us to look for where we can save time and stuff. But now we know. An EVA report is worth 44 data, aka 220 science.
9.
And that's what we'll have to try and do better than.
Now.
And playback speed, at this point, it's just going to be this for a long time. I'm just going to go up to 2 times speed. I mean, there's not really any reason to sit here and watch this at this point. I can, however, tell you that the...
11. After this one, more data.
Like, what I need to focus on more, and I'm pretty sure I'm focusing on it here, but I think there might be a finer awareness of it, but like the notifications at the top left that's flashing right now, it's showing us whether or not we're in comms or not with the KSC, and I need line of sight in order to transmit back.
14.
When you're at normal speed, when you're not watching at 2 times speed on YouTube, I think there's about
15.
the better part of a second. I don't think a full second between the transition back and forth. So when I go to stop, if I just am focused on that pattern and then stop at the right moment, I can probably more regularly hit the
17.
The transmission zone where we actually do have line of sight. Although I did very well in this run, I just feel like it was a little bit more luck than paying very close attention to it.
Get 19 before we transfer sites.
So this gets us up to... See, and this is what I don't want to do. I mean, if it has to be, it has to be. But you can see right there, if I go back, we were down to 285 data left in the tanks, and it takes it takes longer at 285 or at around 300 and some than it does when it's full with 700. It's half as fast. So it takes longer for that. I don't want to have to dip into below 300. I don't really want to dip to below 350, but it just happens. So that's another thing, is trying to keep our data topped off, which is why I was focusing on bringing all that EVA data down with us, so that we'd have more to keep us going faster over time.
19.
Hello, Rookie 84.
Where am I going? South, west, southwest.
Yeah, the other thing is I need to not have to look
So it looks like
where we're going. If I know the landing zone, then for Christ's sake, you shouldn't have to look at it. Another thing is this transfer is I'm going way too high. In later runs of later categories, I realized just how low I could get away with on Minmus, and there's no reason to, like, you want to go ahead and just, like, tilt that ship over, like, maybe give it a little boost up, and then tilt that thing down to just slightly above a 90 degree, and hit it once with full power for, not even a full second, and it'll get you where you're going.
Okay, yep. All right, gotta pull back on this one a little bit, just to get her settled. SAS off, time warp. Okay, we got it settled. 1, sucking the data. Settle that. 2, suck that.
I wanna see this data too. So let's put the settings back down to play speed 1.
Okay, we got it settled. 1.
So this is worth 690, huh? It's 138 data. So I got to remember that, like, what it's showing there is the science that it can generate with that, not the data. So 138. I'm just stepping through frame by frame because I assume this is going to go pretty fast when I do start clicking. We'll see. Because... oh, I think it stopped doing it. YouTube's player is a little bit not consistent when you're doing this. So that's 69 for a mystery goo observation. Materials study worth 172. See, having to try and load the next thing. Keep clicking, Pawn. Click faster. Or YouTube, like, play the fucking video. Load the next frame. Thank you. Come on. There we go. There's a click. 275, so that's 55 data from the temperature scan. 410 from pressure scan. Well, 82 rather in the data. I just wanted to see that all of this was actually valid. So 138 from seismic scan, 69. So we are getting all of the data that we possibly can. It's just, it's shocking. It's like, there's so much data that apparently we're bringing with us from space. When we land the first one, we got so much data. It lasts for, 19. And then this one is so hard to grind out. It feels like we got nothing to work with in terms of, like, the massive amounts of data. And I wonder if it's because, the recovery value is down because we've already done this once before. You think that's how data works? Like, because I don't know for sure. Is data affected by whether or not you've already recovered it? Does it lower the value in a science bay if you've already recovered it or transmitted it before? Because you see that we're down on these by a third or a quarter for recovery and more than half there, and then a little bit here. Is there a modifier, a percentage modifier on this? The atmospheric pressure scan, why would that, from Mimus's lesser flats, why would that be full? I should have had that and taken it when we were here. It's very confusing. Kerbal's systems are all, like, really
you get out.
hard to penetrate.
Surface sample, take the EVA. Boom. 2 again. Clean my experiments in case we need them in a minute.
Don't need to clean those experiments, but it's good to do it. Well, yeah, you do, because later I'm going to take all of this again for transmission after it's been converted into data. What I would like to see here is...
20.
Actually, maybe I can just skip forward a bit.
I'm heavily...
Because what I'd like to see is when I reload this, I'd like to see the value of those surface reports that I just got by getting Valentina out.
23.
So here we go. Surface sample. Worth huge there. Mr. Goo. What about, she should have just gotten an EVA from, landed here as well. Space just above, that's not the right EVA report. That's the right EVA report, and that's also worth a ton of data, yeah. So all of it is correct. I just wanted to confirm that it was all actually being worth something, because we had already been here.
Science now.
And, I'm just spam clicking through these things and trying to throw anything and everything that comes up onto the fire to try and generate as much science as we possibly can. Where are we at? Playback speed, back up to 2.
Next line of sight.
But so that's all the science that we'll get. It's like lab science is 6.9 times the recovery science. And is that affected by, is it the recovery science according to whether or not you've collected it before? Hello, a guy called Pie. Why is he playing KSP again? Because he wants to. Because I want to beat my old world record. It just feels like a thing to do. Which one is the real pawn? Which one looks older and more... Which one looks like he's been through more of the Trump administration?
Are we out of electric charge? God damn me. I'm trying to
keep going.
Transmit.
So yeah, this is a huge loss here. Like right now, I'm trying to transmit this, and it turned out we were out of electric charge. Then I fast forward to the daytime, which is where we are right now, and I'm like, okay, now I've got the electric charge. I'll transmit. What I don't realize is that we're no longer in line of sight. So I needed to keep going until we hit line of sight to do the transmission, which means, let's go back and see this. All of the science that we didn't transmit. So it's 40. I'm going to slow this down because the clicks will go way too fast if I don't. Back down to normal.
Nothing's been going through.
40, 150, so 190, 240, 340. So that was 340. And what were those for, actually? So we got the EVA report.
I'm trying to transmit, and nothing's been going through. Transmit.
We got the surface sample. We got a mystery goo. And we got a seismic scan. There's data missing from that, too. Unless some of it transmitted in the first wave. If we had, like, enough electricity to do some of the first transmission, which would probably be around here.
7.
So, EV report.
32, got it. Get everything back again.
Get it all again. So we got materials study worth 61.3.
61.
And then temperature scan worth 28. 61 and 28. We're talking around a 90.
40.
And then the seismic scan for 63. Mystery goo for 21.
20.
What does this all add up to then?
1. Yes. You get back out. Surface sample EVA report. Back in. B2. Review.
And then this is 4 for the surface sample and the mystery goo.
21. 60.
This looks like it's worth
3.
400 or so. Does that seem about right? Old pawn has been through 3 video encodings. New pawn only 1. That's true as well. Nice coincidence. Watched through all hardcore pawn last couple of days. Oh, wow. Box of pins. That's a fun one to go back through, and then you get like to the end of it, and wow, just feel the weight of YouTube on my shoulders and just not having fun anymore. Back up to 2 times speed and carry on. So I think that those transmissions are worth around 400. And some of them aren't worth their full transmit value because we've already collected them from these 3 sites before. So if we could find 2 distinct places, then we're probably talking about 500 to 700 maybe in transmission value. 500 at least, right? And in this one, like, most of them didn't get sent back, so we were like 300 or 400 short because we didn't transmit them.
Transmit.
Like, basically, we just got to find the routing here that's going to put us right down on the bare threshold of what we need.
Just unlock what we can right now because we're here.
For processing science, a flask icon will show the resulting process science points. The formula is science equals the round of data value minus 5. I just wonder if it's like the round of the default data value. Well, yeah, so the science becomes... Wait a second, so... Formula is science equals round of data value minus 5, but the data value is the data value affected by whether or not we've collected it before or transmitted it before, you know. That's what I need to know. If science is based on data, then does the data value get skewed based on whether we've had it before? An experimental result is processed into an amount of data based on its original science value, and the physical location of the lab. 10% bonus on the surface, 25 in the same SOI, 90% penalty when on curb and surface, combined in a multiplicative fashion. I am aware of that. That because we're on Minmus, processing data primarily from Minmus, we get a 10% boost because we're on the surface, and we get a 25% boost because we're in the SOI, so it's, you know, a 35% boost overall. Data equals science value times 1 plus surface bonus times 1 plus context bonus. Why the 1 plus in that formula? Seems times homeworld multiplier. So the homeworld multiplier would be 0. Well, not 0, it'd be a nice 1 for us, I suppose. Yeah? In that. I don't think collecting it before matters. 1.375 max multiplier when landed on Minmus, and then times 5 as well for putting it in the lab. Is there a way to process it faster? I'm new to KSP. Far as I know, this is as fast as it can go. We get 2 full 5-star general scientists on board, and the one thing that I might be able to do to go faster is I can experiment again with just letting the time warp go at full speed once I start the transmissions. Start transmission and then crank it right back up to full speed. Some reason back in the day, I felt like it was actually transmitting faster and more consistently when I gave it some time at 5 times time warp, not fizz warp. Well, because there's no 5 times, but 5 times fizz warp and then cranking it back up. I might have just been wrong on that, so that's another place where we can save a little bit of time on each process if that works that way. But the big thing is going to be, can we get rid of the time wasted or the time spent, because it's certainly not wasted, but the time spent in orbit of Minmus looking for those EVAs to have extra data to throw in. And the data is worth so much extra, you know, having more data it's a huge thing to try and overwhelm. We saw that if I just leave 2 EVAs behind, that's worth 88 data, which is worth 400 and some science, and that's like that's the better part of a whole cycle of waiting for data to turn into science. So it's a lot. So here's another thing. At 46 minutes here, we didn't have enough science, and this is down to the fact that I didn't transmit. Let's confirm that. When I came back originally, what did I have before I started spending it?
Transmit.
Get back over here.
Always come back out if this doesn't work out. Done.
Back
Good.
to Space Center. How much science have I got?
What we got?
14,669. And yeah, if I would have been able to transmit that science, I said that it would be worth around 400, so that would have pushed us to the 15,000 that we needed. So there's another minute that is easily saved just by having the correct amount of science and not having to go back out after we make this first round of purchases. Like, we should be doing all of these purchases in one go. So I was done with the original buying, and also the clicking here just frustrates the hell out of me. Come on, you can do better than this. But I was trying to do this whole, like, keep the button near the button kind of a thing and make it for the
Really close here.
least amount of throw between the mouse going back and forth.
Can't get it.
So right there, this run could have been done at 45 minutes, 52 seconds. Instead, it's going to be just under 47.
4, fly. 200 short, thank you for that. Go.
Yeah, so we lose 1 minute to that. So there's a minute time save just by not doing this wrong.
29, which was 250.
I feel like we got 3 or 4 minutes time save in executing our flights to Minmus better.
Transmit science. Done. It's 29, by the way. I wanted to call it.
Like easy time save, you know, it could be even potentially more, but if we could, you know, I'd really love to find one bit of routing. So there we go. 46.58 is what I came to. I think it turned into a 46.57 once I did the proper retiming or something, but right around there.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, that's Tech Tree Unlock Science Mode category done in 47 minutes, or less, because it's actually less. 6 minutes time save over the currently world record, dropping that sucker down to that sub 50. We have come in like every other run that I've put in with 600 extra science, so I decided to be ballsy and learn from my past errors. Never learn from your past errors, kids. That's the lesson of the day. Some of best.
All right, so there's the run. We've looked at it, we've reviewed it, and I think the biggest place where we have time save to look for is in finding 2 different biomes, 2 new biomes. We've got flats, we've got great flats, we've got greater flats, there's lowlands, there's midlands, highlands, slopes, and then we've got the poles, and apparently the poles are just the poles. There's no north and south. I mean, according to this, what this says, and you left me another one to look at that's prettier, you said. Okay. So again, poles, slopes, flats, lesser flats, greater flats, lowlands, midlands, highlands. All right, let's have ourselves a live stream break because I need to pee. And when we come back, we'll actually start like thinking this out. We'll get Kerbal open and we'll start playing with it and seeing, you know, there's potential to build a better or an easier to a faster made ship for the first one, especially. The second one I think is pretty nicely optimized. I don't think there's any reason to change that. There's potential for these new biomes. There's a lot of different things that we talked about. 7 minutes from now, we will talk about them. Don't go anywhere. Pawn, not out.
Master Sergeant John DeSaume on the tenor sax. John DeSaume. Staff Sergeant Reagan Bruff on the composition.
Hello, I am the Ronan Ball, and welcome back to twitch.tv/RonanBall live stream on twitch.tv/RonanBall, where we're rerouting my world record run of Kerbal Space Program in the hopes of driving the whole thing down to below 40 minutes. It's already 48 minutes. But we've just watched the old run, the old 48-minute run. There's lots of places where we can pick up time just by delivering it a little bit better. By getting a little bit luckier, by controlling thrust and things like that. But the big places, the big location where we might be able to save time is in reevaluating some of the actual routing here, especially our landing zone on the surface of Minmus. And since I'm no longer trying to avoid being on top of myself, I'll just slide me back over there. Honestly, never bothered with science in KSP. Yeah, and that's the whole thing of this live stream. There's a lot of categories though in the KSP speedrun. A lot of categories. Let's go to SRC speedrun.com/K KSP all round trips, which was the last one I was working on. But there's a lot of different categories here on the KSP boards for sandbox mode runs. You've got 100%, which I ran the science version of and am the only one who ever has, so boom, default world record. Career mode, I was going to, and I just didn't come back to it, didn't bother. Deanne Batley managed to do it 2 hours, 45 seconds, with my science mode being 1 hour, 57, and that being very sloppy. I feel that this is easily beaten to anyone who really wants to put in the time to just get good at it. You're making a broken ship, and they've found better ways to break that ship in recent days as well, to make a easier, you could slap the ship a lot harder down where you're landing and come off of things a little bit easier, that sort of a thing. So these times can be beaten, but somebody has to actually put the effort into it, and it's a lot of routing to run this game. But all-round trips, which is, you don't have to actually plant the flags, I believe, in all-round trips. You just have to touch down on every planet once, and you have an actual touchdown that moderation can consider a proper landing and come back. There's a sandbox, science, and career mode version for that. And sandbox, 3 hour 29, and full career is 50. Again, look at these, just world records waiting for somebody to take if they want to, put the time in and actually run these underrun categories here. I got the science mode world record on virtue of my 100% because it counts as an all-round trips. And the moderator who approved that, Electrolama, Hi, he's in chat right now. You know, put this over. I didn't submit for this category, but he put it over here trying to populate some of these boards and hopefully get some more people running. So if you like what you're seeing here, a lot of room for a lot of these longer categories, especially a little bit more category or a little bit more competitive and hard to beat in some of the quicker categories like Moon and Back RTA, Moon Landing has been done in 2 minutes and 17 seconds. And that's career mode, incidentally. I wonder if Sandbox, does anybody do it in Sandbox? 21 seconds, because you can have the ship pre-built and just load it up, launch it, and go. I believe timing actually starts from the moment that you launch. You could view the rules to find out. Okay, the rules don't, maybe, I don't know. But I believe, yeah, timing starts from not when you start up the game into Sandbox mode, but from when you're ready to go on it for that. So Tech Tree is what we're running, which is actually a misc category, but it's the one that I found most fun, and that, you know, in a sense, is the any percent. It's the fastest way to beat the game. And yeah, if we show the obsoleted runs, then I submitted this for the world record, and then Greybeard Gaming came back just a week or two after, and used the route that I'd come up with to do it a little bit better, and then I came back with some updates to routing and pushed it down. This is the one that we're trying to push down to sub 40 minutes, but something to look into if you like KSP. A lot of opportunity for someone who's just willing to put the time in to take some fat WRs, have some golds. Looks like the behavior of multiple labs on the same ship is super broken. This is my shocked face. Each scientist works on all labs at once. Really? I saw that. Who recommended that? Who suggested that before? Because that was, wow. 2 labs, would it be faster? I've honestly never bothered with science in KSP. Yeah, the idea of 2 labs. I mean, if I could have different science running in each one of those labs at the same time and be cranking out 1,000 science every cycle instead of 500, that's a huge time save. Even if it takes more time to build the larger ship to move it, that could be worth it. That is a potentially huge... I hate it, though. I hate the idea of it because it just feels like bringing a sledgehammer to a finishing nail, you know? I would like these solutions to be subtler, but what works, works, right? Hello, what's this? So we've got... That looks like that's Midlands surrounded by slopes. So that's going to be a problem. You know, slopes could be a place to grab some science, but trying to land the big ship on anything that qualifies as a slope would be rather problematic. The smaller one, maybe, and that's another option. If we found like a place that's got 3 distinct biomes on it that we could land on and move from there. I mean, even if it was like up here, Highlands, Midlands, and then Lowlands, if you could get from one to the other as quickly as I do the little hops that I do, where's the butterfly? So we do like here to here to here on the first pass, or the second pass. It doesn't really matter, but on the first pass is what I usually do. So we would do this land bridge between where we get lowlands, we get greater flats from there, and we get just regular old average ordinary flats from there for those 3. And that's the distance between them. So looking at something over here, it's not a significantly different thing. The only question would be whether or not there are flat regions across this, and also whether I'd be able to target it from space efficiently, you know, because it's easy to see where the big old chunks of ice are, harder to see the difference between lowlands, midlands, and highlands, and also picking out flat landing areas. Yeah, this could be tricky, problematic. And then this is where I think our second landing takes place, over the lesser flats, and then we've got regular flats, again, lowlands, and then lesser flats, all right in there is what I usually hit. So what we wanted to end up with, if we were to try and reroute this, is we need to hit 3 biomes when we first land to get a bunch of science, so 3 different distinct biomes. But on the second trip, and we just need 2. So actually, but they need to be 2 biomes that we haven't landed at before. And these sites are very good for the 3 biome setup, one of these either. So either you would want to like land the butterfly here. You see the butterfly, don't you? land the butterfly here, and then do these 3, and that would take out greater flats. And then you can come over to the lesser flats area and hit lesser flats, and then crank it up to the, is that Midlands? So it would be a larger jump, but at time warp, you know, it's a bigger jump, all right. It could save time, or it could not. This is getting to a subtle thing, you know, where you're trading time for time is what it's looking like here. And anything that slopes is not going to be easily viable. There might be some slopes you could find at various places in the game where it counts it as slopes, but it's very flat. It's the bottom of the proper slope kind of thing, because I found the game to be very fuzzy in in deciding where one biome ends and the next begins. Power issues would arise running 2 labs at once. Would they? I mean, I can just slap on more solar panels, right? For now, we're using 12, and that gets us through night and day. Actually, I'm just using 8 solar panels, but 12 batteries, so I could, you know, double both of those. Wouldn't that be doable? Sandbox all-round trips is free with glitches. Yeah, lots of categories to pursue here. You know, without having familiarity with these sites, too, it's kind of just picking something, and then we'd have to explore and experiment, but, I like the idea of landing Highlands and Midlands. Like, this is Highlands, and then there's a Midlands between it, right there, and it's directly below the butterfly. So if we hit the top of the butterfly when we came on the first mission, and then we tried to land over here, I believe there is a bit of a visual cue for when it's Highlands, like the terrain looks a little bit rougher. So if we could actually see that from space, that could be possible, and that would be Highlands and Midlands, 2 things that we hadn't touched before, which would give us more science to transmit back and maybe take off one of those cycles that we have to do. So that's one consideration. And honestly, just shift this over to the other screen while I pull this up. But let's start a list here. Always good to have a list. So make me a new thing, and we'll call it, is this? Yeah. Call it KSP Speedrun Rerouting. And so KSP Speedrun Rerouting, so we've got better min-miss biomes, and what we want from that is 3 unique first trip, 2 unique second trip. And who was that? Mr. Vat Nadal, thank you so much for 7 months of subscriptions. Welcome back to the Big Dick Club. 7 times 3, that's some amount. That's I can do math. That's almost 2 feet worth of dick. I see you back here next month with two long feet of cock. So better min-miss biomes. Another thing we talked about was can we get rid of the min-miss EVAs or minimize them? You know, just on our approach, you know, have a very specific approach that I always take, and then be able to get boom, 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 and go down if we have to get them at all. And if at all possible, just get rid of them entirely so I can go straight to landing and start spamming science. Another suggestion was 2 labs, just for double time processing, which would be 1,000 science per cycle over 500, which is what we're doing right now. What else did we talk about while we were watching back that video? What were the other things? A faster ship build for ship, technically 3, because the first 2 get launched at the Space Center, but the first one that goes to Minmus, if we could make a simpler ship, that's possible as well. I'm pretty sure that I refined the first 2 launches at the KSC pretty strongly when we did this the first time, so I don't know that there's much to be got by looking at that. What about the idea of, like, collecting additional science on that first trip? You know, because I'm not taking science from a number of different places along that road so that we can just immediately launch. And I think that's worth it in terms of time save. But I'm also skipping science while we're exiting Atmo and that sort of a thing. And if the science, if taking a minute there gets us an extra 500 science, that still wouldn't be worth it, would it? Because it takes us less than a minute to grind 500 science out of Minmus at the end. Even the long ones take less than a minute to grind another 500. Now I'm thinking crazy. Thinking crazy, like, what if we collect additional science, but then didn't... On the last trip up, we said we're not going to bother getting science from the pad, because that was only worth like 10 data for all the science that we could get, and it slows me down. So I just, boom, launch it immediately. But once we get to the top, once we get to upper atmosphere, we do take the science. We blow the fairing, we take the science, we get an EVA. All of those things happen, and we get every little morsel of science that we can get between the 2 points on the last trip. So there's no additional science to be gotten there, except for if I were to pick up science from low atmo as we're going, that could also be put as data into the lab. But we won't be getting the bonus on that science for being in the same... being landed. Would it count sphere of influence? I would imagine not, right? I mean, we're technically within the sphere of influence of Kerbal, where we're at Minmus, because Minmus is in the sphere of influence of Kerbal. I don't know. Would it ever be worth flying to Duna instead of Minmus? Longer transit, but 8 times science bonus instead of 5 on Minmus. I definitely don't want to reroute that much, even if it's possible. It doesn't seem like it to me, but that would be a completely different route. And I think we're already dealing with a sub 40-minute route on this one. Building a ship that goes to Duna. I mean, it could be, if you could get there. It could absolutely be. I'm going to stick with Minmus routing for this, though. You know, I don't want to deviate too much. I'm going to have to relearn this whole run that I used to do in the first place. I'd just like to tweak it and improve it. I like the idea of the 2 labs, obviously. I love the idea of the biomes. Getting rid of Minmus EVAs would save a lot of time. But I feel like probably what we're going to want to do instead is just focus on EVAs instead of just looping around Minmus haphazardly, willy-nilly, trying to grab anything. We just want to create ourselves a line that cuts across these various biomes as we're coming down, that we can, you know, grab things. Or just have very specific grabs that we're going to make. You know, if the last time that we're going to do this is we're going to land down over here, which would be cool, then, you know, as we're coming in, we'll have adjusted our trajectory and we'll be cutting across greater flats, and we can pick up lowlands without any problem. And if we're cutting right through here, then we can get midlands and highlands as we land, and that's 4 biomes, which is what we had before. Actually, adding a 5th biome to it would be great, but then I would have to go over... Well, whilst we're orbiting, this is saying greater flats, great flats, lesser flats. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, and then 5, 6. So if I just hit these as we're looping around once, boom, hit that, don't worry about anything in between, don't go for slopes or anything. Boom, hit that, boom, hit that, boom, hit that, and then we come back around, you know, alter our trajectory. When we're out here and we're coming through any place in here, grab the lowlands EVA, easy to grab, huge swath of it. When we're coming into landing, last thing that I do, somewhere in here or in here, wherever we're going to land it, if this turns into our landing site, I just get out and grab, EVA. Even during landing, I could grab the EVA for either of the two sites that we're passing. Like the first one, I could grab Midlands, and then the second one, when we transfer to Highlands, as we're coming down, just hit it, pop out and grab it for Highlands. So maybe instead of getting rid of the EVAs, we just do them smarter, and I might actually be able to come in with more of them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And that would be that much more data, which would help us just crank the data through and not lose that time at the end struggling for it. Greetings, Highlander, you called. Sorry, I couldn't resist. I'm sorry? McLeod? Duncan McLeod? What? Duna biomes are quite interesting. Oh, I don't want to look at the Duna biomes. Yeah. Of course, if we came in polar, but the problem with polar is on the second one that it's just, it's so much time that I'd spend spinning around it to wait to get here. Maybe it's a fast thing that I could do, but then it's also like it just feels, polar feels harder to do. And it would be more if I do want to get all these, well, you get them equatorial, and then, we don't have that much Delta V to spare on the current build of the ship, but we're talking about possibly remaking it. All right, what else do we have? So I like the biomes. I think we got a plan with something we can look at when I open the game here in just a couple of seconds. Can we get rid of Mimbus EVAs? I think we've come to the conclusion that we just be smarter about the EVAs and grab 6 of them on the way down that we know are going to come in easy, and that gets us actually extra data, which will make it easier to push through to the end, especially with the transmissions that we'll be doing from 2 new additional biomes. And then maybe once we've gotten to that point, we can look at, okay, maybe I don't need the 1, 2, 3 from around the middle. Maybe we can just do the 1, 2, 3 as we land. Yeah. Faster ship build for ship 3, that's a whole big thing. And the 2 labs are a whole big thing. Let's get KSP open and see. Was there anything else that I'm forgetting? KSP Speedrun. Anything else that I'm forgetting that we talked about in terms of like big changes to routing while we were watching that? Potential big changes to routing. Because I don't recall anything else. But it seems like there was. Seems like we had a list of like 6 things instead of 4. It's very, very interesting to try and get back in here. This is going to be a huge de-rust, and I don't know that I even want to try to speedrun today. I want to play with our routing. So yeah, I'm not going to even set up live split or anything like that. Let's play with our routing. Let's see what we can figure out to try and shave the seconds and minutes off of this run, and maybe even play with the ship build, that second ship build. The 2 labs idea. Good God, if we could do that. I mean, I'm thinking about that in my head. Do we do it side by side, 2 fur broken out and then 2 twin bores at the bottom of it, or do we try and do it in line? In line, we'd still need the second twin bore. It's just a lot of questions with that idea. So I wish I had a save where we were like in the middle of things, but I don't. So I guess we're gonna start new, playing in science mode, and Kerbal world record is what I'm gonna set, so that's what I'm gonna choose. So routing in science mode. Difficulty options normal. Yeah, we don't change those. Why not 3 labs? Yeah, we'll just do 3 labs with the twin board. Do 4 labs, get 2,000 every. I mean, if you can build it, they will come, is what Kevin Costner told me. Wow. Kerbal Space Program. Hello. My old enemy and frenemy. My old frenemy. So we go immediately into the KSC, and we'll just step through the beginning of this, and we'll find out how much I actually remember how this even goes together. I remember a parachute, always handy, always helpful. What else do? We'd put flea on it, and solid fuel would come down to about there and there. It's a pretty good. This one needs to be higher, more like a 28 is what you used to go for. And then the science that we'd start with, which is here, 3 of those. And was there a way that you used to put those on? I don't think so. And then you go down here, break the staging up, and I love Kerbal for the fucked up snapping areas that don't actually work. And then we wouldn't save this one. We get the pilot in, we launch it. Is it simple as that? 3 labs. Go big or go home. Yeah. 3 labs? 6 labs. You know? Hey, there's 8 times symmetry. Let's 8 labs, baby. So, how does this go? You come in, and then when it first loads up, I do crew report. No, you hit mystery goo first, and then the crew report, and that way you can stack them as they come up. And then they're open. So it's crew report, mystery goo crew report, rather. You collect the data out of there, and then you surface sample EVA report, and board, and SAS on, and go. Wrong way, wrong way. Oh, you're gonna need a lot more height than that, my friend. A lot more height than that. Oh, crap. Okay, parachute out. This is gonna be great. And yeah, we're dead. Because this ain't gonna work even if it works. Even if it works, it's not going to. Revert to launch. I think I probably have to look where I'm going. I'm not that. Not as good as I once was. So again, observe the mystery goo, and then crew report, those 2. And then I wouldn't actually have to get them out. I could just EVA, take the data out of there, and then surface sample EVA report, reboard, SAS on, go. And then a little bit of height, something like that. Head in this general direction, pull up a bit, parachute out early, and then I need another crew report. And actually, you're supposed to start with the mystery goo again. Mystery goo. Yep, get it. And then EVA from you, because before you touch down, I need to grab the EVA report. Thank you. Oh, get back in. You're fine. You're fine. Sure. And then since you're, this is how I intend to do it every time. Take data from there. Go ahead and EVA report and surface. What? No, you didn't put. Okay, put the data in there. Store the experiments. Thank you. And then take surface sample EVA report for you. Reboard. And then somewhere under here is the mystery goo and crew report. Boom. And then we recover the vessel, I think. It's been a minute. It's been a minute. It looks like the right amount of science.
I ain't as good as I once was. I got a few years on me now, but there was a time back in my prime when I could really lay it down. If you need some love tonight, then I might have just enough. I ain't as good as I once was, but I'm as good once as I ever was.
What about your love tonight? You keep your love tonight away from me, Mac tonight. That was it. So then we'd slap these things on, and we would transfer over to the spaceplane hangar, and we just immediately launch it. Yes. I actually don't recognize that song, Jermaine. You know, what do I ain't as good as I once was. I got a few years on me now, but there was a time back in my prime when I could really lay it down. If you need some love tonight, then I might just have it. I don't recognize it. So then we come in, and what do? You hit this, like, same thing as observe the mystery goo, crew report, bing bang. I'll get back into doing the bing bangs. You'd come up, I'd pin you, I'd log the pressure data, get out of my way. You'd come up, I'd pin you, I'd log the temperature, get out of my way. Then you'd get out, take data, give me your surface sample EVA report, reboard, F5, SAS on, and go. Head over here. Oh, perfect aim, at least on this one. And then pop that out. This is kind of unnecessary, but I know we log the pressure data, we log the temperature. All of those. We don't need the crew report. We don't need another EVA because he's already done that. So we come down. Now that we're landed, we do the mystery goo, crew report. Get you out. Take data. Sample EVA. Reboard. And then log pressure data, log temperature, recover. Something generally like that, I think. 93 science total. Is that the amount that we used to need? I know we were going for unlocking this, and then unlocking all 3 of these. And I believe that was it for making the next ship. Let me go back into the VAB. Oh god, trying to remember this build, huh? I mean, I made it enough. Should probably remember some of it. So, here, And then there was an experiment storage unit involved. Did we just put 1 on? Or did we put 3 on for this guy? In this mode, we're flying with a scientist, so yeah, it was just 1 on, and I would put it over here. And then we needed a barometer and a thermometer, and I remember, like, the part of this, like, an important part of this was making sure that these were low enough that when the Kerbal gets out, he can reach both of them, so that when I right-click on them, it'll just work. You're gonna need the parachute. You don't have a magnetometer to bring yet. And then we would decouple. Oh no, we would put on the ablator. So ablator goes on first, and then we'd decouple. And there would be a Science Junior beneath that. And then we built the ship, which, if I recall correctly, was 2 of these, and then it was 4, according to Greybeard Wizard's routing, which I liked. And then some landing legs as low as I could get them. And then swivels. Well, a swivel to start with. And then it was another decoupler. And that was the top bit of the ship. And then back to the fuel tanks, and we did 1 became 2, became 4, became 6. As I remember that part. And then that was followed by yet another swivel. Bottom. Broke off these 4. Set that over. It's all coming back to me now. Radial decoupler, just 1 of them. Slap down here. Put you on. And then built back up to a 6 stack. Damn it, I switched to texture instead. Built back up to a 6-pack. And then did I... No, then it's 2 more decouplers. Just on this side like so. Followed by some thumpers. Like that. And then drag them down. That'll do, just so that they end up being sat on the pad, and they're not, actually. So, further down? Okay. That doesn't seem like the way I used to do it, but okay. And then we went to aerodynamics. I could throw the nose cones on, throw the winglets on. Just 1 of these. Oh no, symmetry on both sides, but it needs to go across to that one, yeah. And then we took 1 of these off, and with just 1, needs to be a little bit higher than the others so that it's not sitting on that on the pad. And then I grab this off as 1 whole unit, switch to 2 times symmetry, and drop it on over there. That seems like the ship. I might have just built the ship. And then those and things. Yeah. And then action grouping. Come over to custom 1, and we would observe the mystery goo, crew report, log temperature, log pressure data, and conduct materials study. And then on 2, collect all. And that's that. Now just have a look at this ship right now, and let's go ahead and pull up the Delta V readings. Hopefully you guys will be able to see the engineer's report here. Shoot, how do I... So we got... Where's TWR and stuff? I forget. Yeah, I forget. Where do I get that information? Where do I get that information? Holy crap. Like, we got the Delta V shown. Oh, do you click it out. That's right. If I click that, they all come out. That's right. I recall. Hello, Make It Pause. So I'll stage it first, and then we can have a proper look at it. So the staging. Wow, I remember this just used to be second nature to me. So you come down to here, those all fire together. You guys break off, and this breaks off when we fire that one up. We fire those 2 along with it, but not the 3rd one? Ooh, I don't remember, actually. This seems correct, though. That one only kicks on when we're ready to go on that one, so we're not burning the fuel from the middle of that. That seems to remind me of something. This engine fires with that, and then you and you are separate. Alright, so TWR at launch is 2.3, according to this. And that is Kerbal at sea level. And with 1353, and then... I just want you to, like, look at this craft and the delta V readings and stuff. Just think about it. Is there a simpler way to do it? Because that's a pretty complicated build. Put together, you know, 6 stack in the middle of these smaller fuel tanks, 6 stacks on the outside with the same deal, and then we've got 6 SRBs with a bunch of fins and nose cones and everything. We could also experiment with not putting on the nose cones to save, you know, 0.6 seconds of putting nose cones on. There's that kind of stuff, but those little... It's more like, could we rebuild this ship? Because that's one of our 4 things, is could this ship be faster to make? In any case, I think we've built it, so I'm going to do 3. I'm going to save it. We're going to switch over to Bob, because we want a scientist flying this. And we'll see if I actually made this correctly, because I'm not entirely certain. Put it out on the launch pad, and we'll fly it. First mission to Minmus, and my first time playing KSP in a number of months. So, we'll see how this goes. For this mission, we had routed it so I don't do anything. I just SAS on, throttle to full, and go. And then I pull this down to... about 70, if I recall correctly. And then once we've got like 200 meters per second of speed, I tell it can follow its prograde, even though it's kind of already doing that. Bring in the gear, and we go to 2 times fizz warp, and it should rotate slightly. Watch the liquid fuel, or the solid fuel rather. Come down out of fizz warp. Oh, I was supposed to go to half throttle on the liquid fuel, and I didn't. So that's an oversight. From here, go back up to 2 times fizz. I mean, we can. Get up your readings over here to see the apoaps coming up. Apoaps at 52. Wow. I forgot that flying spaceships is complicated and difficult. And we're out before we hit, because I didn't do the half fuel, so I'm burning some of that. Let's restart from scratch. Let's revert the flight to the launch here. Hopefully KSP doesn't crash. But let's revert to launch here so that I can try and get this right from the first go. So throttle to full, SAS on, go. Pull us down to just above 70, actually. Feels like that was probably what I was doing back then, because it turned down a little bit faster than I think I wanted it to. Let it get up to a bit over 200 meters per second, and then you can follow prograde. Throttle down to half. Watch the solid fuel burn out. Down out of there, back to full on there. Drop those. Back up to 2 times fizz. Ooh, no. It doesn't like 2 times fizz. I don't think I used to do 2 times fizz on that either. I wanted to see, though. I did want to see, but it doesn't seem to like that. Back to launch again. So no 2 times fizz after we drop it. SAS on throttle to full go. Just a little bit over 70 on the ball eastward. Pull you up. Pull you up. Follow prograde. Half throttle. 2 times fizz. Gear in. Get a little bit of a spin. That's what I expect to see here. Watch the solid fuel. Solid fuel gets low. Come out of fizz warp. Full on the liquid fuel. Drop those. And then we don't fizz warp here, apparently. We got a fizz warp here. This doesn't make any sense. Hit fizz warp. Yeah, I think I just gotta let it stabilize a little bit before I hit the fizz warp. Up to 44. 50 on the app. No idea what I've been watching, but I'm enjoying myself, says Q-Slips. Alright, well, then I'm doing my job. 63 on the app. Why are you doing all that? Okay, we're gonna stop at 76 if it, well, just burn them out. And drop them. And we're not going any further now. So we're up here. And what's the next thing that you do, Pawn? We don't take any science. So we go to 4 times. We don't take any science coming up. Right? On this one? Set you as the target. And we're in space now. So from here, we're just gonna burn for Minmus and keep burning for Minmus. Because it's at a decent place. We'll be a little bit early, I believe, but we start burning for Minmus. Go up to 2 times Fizz. It holds. Can I go up to 3 times Fizz? I can, and it holds on the prograde. Losing the Apoaps a bit. I can try and nose this up at 3 times Fizz Warp to correct this. Come on, pull the Apoaps back up. Thank you. Okay, now just follow your prograde, please. Burning straight out from Minmus. Oh, we're back in Atmo, and we've run out of fuel. Let's lose that. But we've got a bunch of speed, so this little dip in atmosphere won't hurt us, and I'll get better at it again. Whoa! Yeah, to Minmus height. And we're immediately hitting it. We'll click Minmus to focus. And push past a bit, and then we want to do... Well, we don't want to do anything, do we? We want to come out first. So come out to... here. And I want to do this without a maneuver node, if possible. I should also warp myself. That's fine, too. And then I want you to do a normal burn, actually. Let's raise this up. Get over to your normal. Try and get on the line. Yeah, I'll have to get a lot better at this. And then this will be a retrograde to pull back. 4 times Fizz to get us in that direction. Pull back. 24. Beautiful. That's what we'd want. F5 from here. Now, I think from here we started collecting science, right? But this was safety science. Should we just carry on with it? Alt F5. Quick save number 1. Ship 3. Safety science. I'm gonna go without it. Because it'll save me a little time to not collect the science now. Yeah. Soapman X with the Party of 8 rating. Thank you so much, Soap. Oh shit, with the stream labels I never put up. I didn't open the stream list, so now I... It'll work. We're not even using any of the labels, are we? Yeah, we are. Thank you, Soapman X, and welcome anybody who just stumbled in. We're rerouting my world record speedrun to see if we can't bring it in less than 40 minutes. So we're on our way out to Minmus. We've got the lineup going. I'm going to skip the science here as well and see if it doesn't come in with the right amount. We've just made it a permanent quick save, so that's something. So what I want to do is just warp to here, and I should probably do it manually. If I do that, when it snaps to there, it'll do, and then... I passed right by it, didn't I? You did. Alright, well, Alt F9 to go back to our safety science thing. But I said that I need to do these warps manually, because the game just takes too damned long. So, back out to Minmus. Like, focus my view on Minmus. Are you for real, Minmus? Where are you at? You. Thank you. Wouldn't have to do this if I were running it well. So, 1, we'll just come up to it, slam across that SOI change, and that'll slow us down. And then, I've done it again. Went right past where I wanted to. Alt F9. So I'm learning how much I can get away with, and so far, not as much as I think. This guy's the guy who spotted the other guy's fake speedrunner. He's famous and a good streamer, a good coincidence. Oh, thank you. I'm famous? I'm famous. What's up? 24 viewers. What's up? I think more people would be watching the famous man. You back up. Let's see if I can't not screw this up 3 times. The 3rd time is a charm. So back out to you. Just de-rusting on the thing while we're testing some various premises here. I will also just F5 from here, so I can just F9 if I do it wrong again. So number 1, slam into that SOI change. Yep, and then hit. Just come up, you know what? Because right now, we do want to start getting science. So if I hit 1, then all this will come in. I do that, I hit 2 to suck it in. We get the Kerbal out. You give me an EVA report. And then we need you to reset this. Restore it, rather. And this is when we'd pin them. Restore you. Pin you. Restore that as well. Reboard. Let's see if I can't make that look nice. We're not speedrunning right now. Let's make it look nice. And then if I can get it down to... If I do the auto warp... Yeah, it takes forever. So... I'll just safely do that. That's close enough. SAS on, get to your retrograde. While you're getting to your retrograde, I'm going to get some more science. So collect all those. 2, suck it all in. EVA. Need your EVA report. Thank you. Want you to restore, reboard. F5. SAS back on, find your retrograde. And let's burn. 4-min miscapture. And do we care? Do we care about anything, really, in life right now? Because we've gotten both of the things, so no, we don't care. So now we go to our... Fuck it, burn it down even more. 6K, that's really safe, Pawn. Thank you. Now we would go to our first landing site, and we're still committed to the idea of the butterfly for my landing site. Well, yeah, the upper butterfly, that's what we were going to do. So it's this one. It's easier and less costly to get to the one that's down there. But for some reason I like the... So if I rotate, let's keep going. You know, this is experimenting. So there's my other landing site. It's not as big of a change to get there. So we would... I came around the way I usually do, so it's an anti-normal because we're backwards in the rotation there. So onto your anti-normal and burn me to where our trajectory puts us over this guy in the middle, because if we're not going there with the fourth ship, then this is the easier one to get to. So we'd do that, and then we would come up a little bit closer to it, because I want to dive on it hard, hit the retrograde, and then burn. And bear in mind that the moon is still spinning toward us, so where this line is, if you can even see it, because, you know, in coding and stuff, it gets kind of hard to read. I'm stopping it like a little bit past where we want to land because the moon is spinning toward us. So there we go. We're still on our retrograde. We don't have any other science that we need to get, I don't think. Hello, Earth Pair, by the way, and Sushi Burger. It's hard to see a Kerbal streamer that knows 100% of the techniques. Oh, I don't. I'm a fraud. I'm a world record fraud, but I'm a fraud. F5 me from here. I think we're good for landing. Right? We don't get any EVAs from here or anything. So, full-time, full-speed fizz warp, hard as you can. So we get down to the place where it won't warp anymore. And now this is another, let's get another, like, ship 3, we want a suicide burn. Because that's another way, sorry? You just decided to, did I get too long for you? Ship suicide burn. Just automatically delete shit. That's fine. That's what I expect from you, Kerbal. So, yeah. You can 4 times fizz, and then the question here would be 4 times fizz. We could switch over to this. How low can we go? Well, we can go lower. We can go lower. Ship 3 suicide burn. Let's try this again. Every time I do this, the game's closer to crashing, I recall. So 4 times fizz is down, and that was at like... When did I start? 200 and some?
We're not in any hurry right now, so I'll just take it, you know, deliberate and slow. Make sure you're on your retrograde. That's not bad, and I like a more controlled, less suicidal burn. You know, some suicide is nice. I mean, suicide is easy. Wait, is it? No, suicide is painless. It comes with many changes, and I can take or leave them if I try, or whatever, if I please. It's a quote from the song from MASH. I'm not making any actual statement about suicide. Try 170, says the Amish Stig. Yeah, it looks like I could have done that better. Let's give it again, because that was close but no cigar. The thing is, too, I'll want to find, like, a happy medium here, because I'm coming in at a certain angle right now in velocity based on where I start, so I don't want to be so close that the angle is going to overwhelm me. Get on your retrograde again and hold that. Get me up these readings. I hate that you have to change this shit every goddamn time. And then Fizz warp me down, and we're going to try from, what did you suggest? 170. You just want to see me blow up, don't you? So, alright, 170. Wow! That'll do it. That's 170, you know. We're technically down on Minmus. So, a little bit below 200 looks like a good place to do this. We do want to land in a controlled way. Remember, I have to, like, take this ship somewhere else when we're done. We can't just leave it here and walk away. Back to the suicide burn. Alright. So, you again, you again, you again. 4 times Fizz. This is such a hard angle. Make sure you're on your retro. I mean, it's the opposite of a hard angle. It's just, you know, it's hard to actually bring it down. So, 200 on the dot. Very nice. Stop spinning. And we're down. Okay. So I think 200, or, you know, just right around 200 is the place where I want to go. 155 is a no-go, but a hair quicker on the trigger, and that would have been dead on, says the Amish Stick. I think 200 is going to be nice. Especially if we're coming in at that, like, soft an angle, I need some time to just burn the engines and let the retrograde fall and that sort of a thing. So right around 200, knowing that 170 is the pure bottom, I will aim for 200, and if I miss it, I miss it. So that gets us down here, and then once we're down here, we'd hit the split button, which I don't have, because we're just routing again. And we've got so I'll F5 from here. Hit this, collect all the data that we can from the surface, suck it all in, UEVA, take a surface sample EVA report. While you're out, I would usually have this still here, if we hadn't done the quick save and revert kind of thing. So you would restore, you don't have to, like, and then board. Yeah. And that gets us all of that. And then from where we've landed here, we need to go to you should know this, Pawn, without having to look at the map, you need to go to the west, which will be the 270. So SAS on, give me a little bit of height, lean me over, get it nice and low, hit it hard, and we can land either the ice flat, or we can land this land bridge because we want to get all of them. So I will do wherever it happens to be coming down right now. That's what I'll do. 4 times Fizz, take the Fizz back down, 2 times, no times. Take the speed off in a hurry. Okay, yep, stand up. You know you want to. There you go. And we can use Time Warp to help stabilize a little bit, and we're landed again. So suck in all this science from this biome, EVA, surface sample EVA report, restore, board. And that gets us that one. And then we're still going to the west. On the 270 to hit the next one, SAS back on. The slightest bit of ups so that I can get more downs and do a bit of that. Get on your retrograde. 4 times fizz. No, please be far enough. It doesn't look like it's far enough. So I'll just keep us hovering a bit. Just a little bounce. Yeah, stand up. Stand up. There you go. There you go. Time warp. Time warp. No. We don't want time warp with this kind of movement going on. There you go. And you're down there. And is this lesser flats? It is. Good. So we'd grab all that. We'd EVA. Back to you. Sample EVA. Restore. Restore. Board. And we're ready to go. So then we'd pop out here. And we'd spin Minmus so that we're on its retrograde. And this is an easier ascent back to Kerbal, too, to land here. So I really hope that this works out with choosing the new landing zone that we picked out for Midlands and Highlands instead of flats for the second one. Because this is great. I like this so far. SAS on, throttle to full, go. And I will burn slightly to the south, rather. Stop, stop, stop. Because I can't see the periapse. Tried to right-click it. Game didn't like me. Keep burning. And that's a safe return for us. So from here, I'll F5, because I would normally. Usually I would. And I'm manually warp. Don't let the game warp you. Trying to not screw up the return. Slow down here. Back over to you. Get on your retrograde, please. As you're getting on your retrograde, just hit 2 to make sure you've got everything sucked in. Throw that off. And then all of the warp till we hit Atmo. We've hit Atmo. Make sure we're on surface readings for this descent. How do I switch the camera? V. V to free. There we go. And on our way home, we would configure the parachute for a landing. It's looking like land now, but I've been fooled before. I'm gonna plan for water at 750. 750 was my safe water. Maybe I should, you know, get closer. Maybe I should do 650 and figure this out. So, Alt F5. I fucking clicked this goddamn... If you roll over something that's a hover, it changes where the cursor is. Like no good thing ever has. Thank you, Kerbal Space Program, for not understanding the basics of user interface for 50 years. Ship 3, fast return. That's what we'd want to work on here. Long time no see. You done with the trucks? No, just taking a break from him. Doing my KSP world record instead, I guess. But yeah, taking a break. We're still doing, you know, Kerbal Space, or we're doing cluster truck speed runs for the community. We got this big tournament going on every weekend, and I'm co-hosting that with AJ213. So that's kind of my contribution to cluster truck right now, and I'm just taking a break otherwise. So at 4 times fizz warp at this speed, that was way too late to open the parachutes, and honestly. This was a, yeah, I don't know. This was a bad time to, bad place to set it up. I should have set it up a lot closer to when we're actually coming down, but I was a little bit afraid is the thing. So are we at 4 times fizz? Nope, we are now. Get all the things up the way that you would have them. Yeah. You're still on that mode. So, when did I used to do this? Oh, are you set to, yeah, you're set to 650. So pin it, 4 times fizz... Pop at 3K. $650 over water. Pop at 3K. 4, 3. Nope. Ship 3 fast return. No, thank you. Ship 3 fast return load. So we'll find the place where we want to do this. Again, 4 times fizz. You back up. I was doing 700 at... I should just go back to 700, but 650, we're playing with it, we're tinkering. You keep tinkering, Pawn. Set altitude for water. It's sea level is sea level, regardless, you know, when we're over the water. So 4K. At 4 times fizz warp, it's not liking this. I'm going to go back to the 700 that I used to and see how close I can get to that, because this is just not looking particularly viable. I know some people do it, and you know, I tried the last one before this last one. I tried stepping down the fizz warp as we were coming in, but just trying to find it, trying to find the butter zone. So back up to 4 times fizz. And I'm going to change you over to 700 altitude. Over water. And we'll start with a 3K. Alright, so 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3. I think I gotta come down from the fizz warp, just to have a chance here. This is turning into a real little nuisance, just trying to be as fast as possible for an extra 2 seconds time save. Can you enter more precise numbers in the steps of 50 meters? You can. You absolutely can. With the number over here, I could change it and enter in whatever I wanted. But I'm thinking it's coming down to fizz warp right now, is my guess. So we don't want to be 4 times fizz warp when the parachute pops. We'll get low, we'll pop it at 3K, and then I will come down off of the fizz warp and see if that changes our descent, gives physics time enough to open the parachute. I mean, it'd be better, really, to... Alright, so 3K. Now. And then fizz warp... No. Fizz warp off. And that gets us down, but... I wonder if there's a height level at 4 times fizz warp that I can deploy it and it will slow down, but it will keep its speed. You know? This is so grindy, I really not liking this process. Speedrunner does extremely precise, extremely dangerous stunt to save 2 seconds. So speedrunner speedruns? Yeah, that's... that's definitely what's going on here. So you... Let's set it for... I mean, what does it usually start at? 1,000, right? So, if I just left it at 1,000 and figured out the place where you can open it at 4 times fizz, I mean, maybe it needs to actually come up. I wonder how deeply people have studied this, because... You know, the idea of getting it as low as possible, like, you want to keep your fizz warp as high as you possibly can, really. So, 1,000 starting at 5K. So that drag, slowing us down, it pops at 1,000, and then, yeah, so that, I think we slowed down at about 200 and something, so let's try that again at, like, at 4,000. Which should get us killed. But we'll see, because things are sketchy in these fizz warp modes. We'll try it at 4K, with 1,000 on the parachute. Alright, back up to 4 times fizz. Doesn't need to be open. I might as well get used to having to click this shit all the time, though. Never thought about how close to the surface you can pop the chute. I always left it at 1K. Yeah, and at 4 times fizz warp, it's really going to come down to, like, knowing the precise height at which to deploy it. I did 5K last time, let's do 4K.
Hello, Johnny Othon. Oh, I was a little bit early on that. I just got confused, but let's see. Full deployment at 300 off of that. Fast return. So what are we looking at here, then? I feel like I'm going about this wrong. 4 times. You. Let's go back to my 700. Okay, 700 on the parachute. We'll stay at 4 times Fizz Warp, but we will start by deploying it at the 4K that we did last time, which is actually closer to 5, but I'll do it at 4K this time and just see that. Just confused about our findings now. So 6, 5, 4. Surface speed. Hey! There you go. There you go. So it's 4K, 700. At 4 times Fizz Warp, I can slam the son of a bitch down. Let's confirm that by doing it again. I don't want to be like right on the edge of destroying this thing after I've put the time in on this return. So back to 700. I mean, I want to be on the edge, but like the safe edge. You know, there's a safe edge. I feel stupid now. What is spread angle? I can't remember seeing that. Then again, I haven't played spread angle. You don't. That's save that chat for the OnlyFans. And 4K. 4 times Fizz. Never coming out of it. Boom. Okay. So then once we're down here, we'd collect the last of the science, you know, whatever we still got, suck that in. You'd get out, sample EVA. Is there anything else to do? You'd reboard, and then we'd recover vessel. All right, so 700 at 4K seems to be safe to do at 4 times Fizz Warp, at least on my system. I mean, that's the thing about KSP and Fizz Warp. It's weird. We come back with 1983 science. Hopefully that's enough. Going to R&D, and now, good God, do I remember what it is that I need to buy? I need to get to you, and where's the RA100? It's right there. So I need to get to you, and the way that I got was here, 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 and here, and that got the RA100 in. And then I feel like I got you as well for something. Nothing in there, but was it to get to, like, one of these? Ah, yeah. For the mobile processing lab, I had to go through this guy. So I would buy that, and I would buy that. Okay. And then up here, we need the thuds. So we bought that. Did we go to heavy rocketry and heavier rocketry? I believe we used the kickbacks and the twin bore, so both of those were purchased. And then I think it was down here for fuel systems, so that we got that fuel tank, and then here for some reason? Did we go there? No, we didn't. But we did get this to have that fuel tank. Low on science here, Pawn. I'm going to wait on that for a second, because I believe we also came through here and went to there for the big fairing. Yeah, so you. I remember the boxes, the circle, the spinning boxes. So 43.8 science remaining, and I didn't get this. Okay, so that was, when we just ran that, we tried skipping some of the science on the way up. We didn't start taking science until we got to Minmus, and we've come back with not enough because we needed to be able to buy this. We needed an extra 50 science that we didn't collect. An extra 50. Okay. Why did you need the RA100, says Johnny-a-thon? It is the most efficient and fastest transmitting in the game. And to finish out this speed run, we land on the surface of Minmus with a mobile processing lab and an RA100 sitting on top of it, and we grind out turning data into science and transmitting it back. So there is no combination of, you can't spam like more of a different kind of satellite and come up with the kind of performance that the RA100 does in terms of the speed of its transmission, and also how little electricity it uses, which is also helpful for us, because it means I don't need a bunch of solar panels and batteries and stuff. So yeah, haven't done the science mode stuff. Yeah, so that's what it comes down to, is the RA100 is the best, and it gets it done the fastest for this transmission, at least as far as we know in our research and whatnot for it. So, yeah, we are 50 short. I mean, 47 short to get the 90 that we need there. And I just hate that that means a whole nother... We still don't have to do anything in coming up, but from deep space, we need what was called the safety science. What I was calling the safety science. So let's go back and take the safety science. So, load save, ship 3 safety science. We ignored it here, we didn't collect any of it, and we just pushed on to Minmus. But, if I hit this button, we get you, and that is more than enough science there. I was hoping, when I was thinking about that, I was hoping that, like, that would save me from having to get out of the ship. I could just take that science, hit 2, boom, we can keep going. But it doesn't really, because I still gotta, like, clear this out for when we get to the next place. Now, when we get to Minmus to take the next thing, I could get our Kerbal out. If I got him out, reset it, got his data, got him back in, then I take it again. Like, it's just the other side, just moves the problem over to the other side. So we're just gonna have to do a full, you know, thing here. And if we're going to do a full thing, then I might as well grab the EVA report and restore both of these. And then reboard, 2, and there you go. Don't remember, did you get science while still ballistic around Kerbal, waiting for your burn point to Minmus? No, I ignored that as well, but clearly we don't need to. We can just keep burning until we get high over Kerbal here, and then we'll have the science that we need for the next stage. And then when we come up... Would that help us? Now I'm thinking about, like, now you get me thinking about if I grabbed the science once we're, like, equatorial at Kerbal instead, and that covers the 47 science we need, which I'm sure with all of the things we're taking it would. If I grab that, then that means that this point of science, would it be worth more in the lab? As far as we know, from what, you know, we were just discussing in chat, we don't really know this, I don't think, but it seems to be that the amount of data that you get from any given science, any given experiment that you go to put in the lab is the same, regardless of whether you've collected it before. And then once you've, I presume once you've processed it in the science lab, then it's dead to the science lab. You can't stick it in again, but that's what we really need to know, is whether or not that changes the value, because if it changes the value like it does with everything else in terms of recovery science versus transmission science, then grabbing the data from back at Kerbal now means that this would be fresh data for us when we've got the bigger ship that's coming through that needs the data to turn into science, and it would be worth more as data. But only if that's the case. I don't think it hurts us, anyway, to leave it, right? It's no big problem to just shift it there. I mean, it's the same amount of time that's going to be spent here, or it's going to be spent equatorial at Kerbal. as long as that amount of science that we get from Equatorial is enough to cover that 47 gap that we need to fill right now. It might also save time not having to drop out of warp between the two planets, dick around, and then jump back into warp. Yeah, that was, you know what? That should have been on our list, because that was another thing that I brought up, thank you for reminding me, was direct descent to Minmus. For this mission, we need low and high, but we're not going to collect any like EVAs and stuff, so this would be the one where we could actually do a direct descent and direct to landing instead of going equatorial, but we'd have to figure out like the precise friggin' moment at which to leave so that when we're coming in at Minmus we land, you know, right in that spot where the 3 lakes are. That's ridiculous. That's not going to happen. I mean, it could. I'm not willing to do that. Am I? Because otherwise we still do have to stop and make the adjustment in the middle to come into Minmus at the right place. You know, we have to adjust our trajectory incoming. But, you know, not dicking around out here, as you put it, the Amish Stig, is, you know... I think we'll do that then. We will plan to, on the first descent, we'll get the extra science that we need. Boy, we could get it from the upper atmosphere even. And that makes it even, it pushes it back even more. Because the closer you get to Kerbin, the less valuable the science is, right? So if the science from upper atmo of Kerbin is enough to cover that gap, then that means that when we come up with the second ship and we collect from low orbit of Kerbin and high orbit of Kerbin, those would be higher value, if that's how it works in the science bay. And if it's not, then it's kind of a waste. If we could like double up on it and transmit it, then that would make it worth it. That could save us time. What if we added transmission at site? This all comes to everything I'm talking about right now comes down to how the fucking science labs work, and I don't think anybody, including the developers, know off the top of their head because they're so weird. They do things oddly. So we're gonna explore, we're gonna find that out. We're gonna find out exactly how that works. After this live stream break, we're gonna take another live stream break. We're gonna move into the last leg. We're gonna have to like repeat what we just did here in order to get the science and carry on, and we can make a bunch more quick save points and stuff like that. We're going to find out, we're going to try and find out, when we launch that last ship, how these labs work and whether or not things that I've collected previously are of lower value in the lab because I collected them previously or not. If we can figure that out. It's going to be hard to figure out, actually. Maybe... Well, during the break, if you're in here and you want to help, try and look up, like, is there a table online from Squad? You know, is there a Kerbal Space Program table online that states what each experiment is worth for its data value? Because if we get that, like, what it's worth, normally, we know what that is, in, like, documentation, and then we get there and it's worth less, then we'll know that it's because I took it previously. You know, the only question that we have right now is whether or not the formula that you guys looked up and found for data to science is basing its calculations off of the value of the science for recovery or off of the value of, like, the maximum potential value. You know, if I've already recovered this previously, does that affect it being processed in the lab? So actually that should be obvious to see once we get there. But if you could find a table and provide me a link in chat, I'd love to have, you know, extra stuff to lean on. But stick with me across another 7-minute live stream break. When we come back, we're going to finish out the routing of this and see what we come up with in terms of ways to... We got a whole new landing zone to explore. I'm looking forward to that. 7 minutes, don't go anywhere. Pawn that out. Hello, I am the Ronan Pawn, and welcome back to twitch.tv/Ronan Pawn livestream on twitch.tv/Ronan Pawn. We're Kerbaling, and we're routing for an improvement to my world... Shut up! My improvement to my world record in the Tech Tree Unlock Science Mode category. So, here's what we can do, because the main concern that I had, and I asked someone, and Dramacian has provided a couple of different links to Kerbal Space Program here to look up like what the values of science are generally for certain things, and I'm guessing that it's just going to be very like round and general, because it would be a huge list, you know, all the specific things. You'd actually have to do the math on this. I think what we can do to actually confirm it, now that I've stepped away, and thank you Dramacian for pulling this up, as well as the mobile processing lab link, but I think what we can do is from right here, right now, just look at what we've got in the... So, what have I got? Where's my science should be stored here. Where's the button that pulls that up? Because, you know, I hold the world record doesn't mean I know how to play the goddamn game. How do I pull my science up? There's a list that'll show me that I could, like, transmit the science. Can I not because I'm here? How do I... I just need to see... am I crazy? Isn't there supposed to be a button here? Aim camera, transfer crew, computers, control from here, rename vessel, toggle torque lights on, crew report. I need to see all of this science again. If I have you step out... Oh, it's in there. That's right. That's the reason. It's not in the command pod. It's over here. So, review stored data. That's what I'm looking for. So we've got, in space high over Kerbin right now, the EVA report is worth 12. And let's say the mystery goo recovery, it says worth 15. We haven't been here before. Why is some of that grayed out? This game. Let's pick something that is like full green so that I know. So a temperature scan from up here, recovery is worth 12 right now. So the math on that, someone found earlier. And holy shit, did I miss an anonymous gifter giving 5 friggin' subs? Was it during the break? Thank you so much, anonymous gifter, and Edward Cole, Archie Rochi, Foo Cat, the Light Guy 89, and unnamed Demonu. Thank you so much for that, and everybody else, welcome to the Big Dick Club. 3 inches coming your way. Keep subscribing for more dick. keep following. Keep pressing that button. Me, who's never played this game, sure. So we found out there's like a, you know, there's math to this. It's 12 times the this times the that, you know, what it should look like for what it would be worth. So when we get back here with the other ship, we can look at it and see if this is 12. Someone remember that, because God knows I won't, and apparently my pencils are gone. Diggity D89 as well for 5 months now. Thank you for the subscription. Welcome back to the Big Dick Club. It's 5 times 3. That's 15 inches. That's more than a foot of dick. So this is well, it's the thermometer equals 15 science from high over Kerbin, right? I'm right? I'm right? No, it's 12. You silly. You just adding. So it's 12. From high over Kerbin. So knowing that, we could do the math. Somebody find that math again. 12 times the multipliers, and we know what it should be if it's worth its maximum value. If it's worth something less, because we'll have already recovered it when we get back, then we'll know that as well. And that's what we wanted to know. So just store all that for later, and I have to run this mission again. It's good, I'm rusty on it, we might as well. Temp scan, 12 recovered. Alright. So, 2, suck all that in. I got all the data from here. We just went through the whole process of getting the data. We just checked there was 5 data, and we have 1, 2, 3. Sorry? 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2. Let's just... There's 6 data. It's an EVA report, and then plus the 5 actual science. Yes, we've got all the data from here. Just want to make sure before we carry on. So that was from here, coming into Minmus. Come out to Minmus. And I've already got that set up, and I remember this was all about me warping to here without effing it over. So warp us up, cross the SOI in a hurry, but it'll slow us down there, and then I come a little closer. Don't
maybe you just take it from when you first enter. That'll be safer. And then we get the science again. We get the science. Ah, fucking balls. It's done the thing. It's another one. Let's edit the action groups. That's why my buttons aren't doing a goddamn thing. Oh. They're still here. And that's still here. We got electricity. 1. Is this... Is this a bug where it says, let's clear them out and re-add them, I guess. So on 2, get rid of all of it. Time warp? Am I still time warping? Let's clear it out and get rid of it. I'll leave 2 and we'll see if it's time warp. I intended to not be time warping at this point. So crew report, thermometer, log the temperature, log the pressure data, get the mystery goo, and conduct materials study, all of those things on custom 1. Oh, we are still time warping. You're right. I didn't tab it completely down. There we go. Thank you. So we collect all that, suck it all in, EVA, grab your EVA report, restore, reboard, 2 again, and now we want to come down to the periapps. I'll F5 from here. We've got, you know, a better F5, or a hard saved F5. Down to the periapps now, and from here we can get a different set of data that we also need to cover this. So EVA report from you, and then restore, board 2. Get on your retrograde for me. So spin you around, and come on up on that periapps a little bit closer if you don't mind. We're not speedrunning right now, but I should play with a little bit of it. I don't want to, you know, pressure myself. A little bit of a speedrunner mentality here. So what do we got? Bring you down to where we're safe, but still circling around. And then when we decided we were going to go for the landing that puts me more equatorial, so we go past the butterfly, and that's the landing that we want. I stopped it at a decent place, so this is going to be an anti-normal burn because we're going around. 4 times fizz warp to get myself over to that anti-normal node a little bit faster. And then burn it. Get it up to about there. Get up a little bit closer. And then onto your retrograde. 4 times fizz to get you on the retrograde faster. Burn us down. Get my arc. And we want to go a front of where we want to land, because the moon's still landing, you know, it's still coming at us. In fact, a little bit more would probably be a better idea. A little bit more would probably be a better idea. F5 again. And we're ready for landing. We're still holding retrograde. So give me the full warp. Coming down hard and fast now with this angle. Shoot, so what was our timing for this at 4 times fizz warp? It was below 200. Yeah? Below 200. So we'd go to... Yes, little magnets, 200. So 1, 2, 3, 4... Oh, wait, you might want to have the gear out. Me down to here. And then at 200, I burned a little bit early. Rather be early and not dead. Especially since we already done this today. Okay. And then just touch her down. Yep. No, resist that tilt. Get you on the floor. Thank you. F. Stabilize. And now that we're down, we'd collect the science again. Suck that all in. EVA. Surface sample EVA report. Restore. Board 2. And then SAS. And you'd go to the 270. Oh, well, maybe not exactly the 270 here. You're at a slightly different location than you were before. A little bit aloft. Hit. Go. Is that enough? Maybe. Get on your retrograde. 4 times fizz. Oh, I hope we were actually on the ice flats. I didn't even look at what we were coming in with. I don't want to have to do this again. We've already done it today, Pawn. I noticed. Okay. Scrub that speed. Do a bit of this. And, yep. Okay, a little hop. Short. Short. And she just upright. Back toward the top. Toward the top of the bubble. SAS off. SAS back on. F to settle. Do it again. Collect all the data. 2, suck it in. EVA. Great. They're putting me out on the wrong camera angle. Boom, boom. Thank you. Restore, restore. Reboard. 2, F5. And then you're still going to the 270 pawn. Still headed to the west, but apparently not quite the west. A little bit over here would be good. Self-faced low. And then blast it. A little bit more. Alright. And then retrograde. 4 times fizz. We land the ice flats. Slow us down on that so that we can fall more downward for a smoother landing. Yeah, that's a smoother. I said the thing. You heard it. There you go. Yep. No, just pull it back. It's min-miss gravity. Don't worry about it. F. There you go. Hold that. Get the rest of this. Suck you into EVA. EVA, I say. Surface sample EVA report. Restore, restore. Don't even need to restore this last time, right? Yeah, I don't. So I shouldn't, because it does take me a couple of seconds there. We'll F5 from here. 2, suck it all in again. 2, suck it all in a second time. And then we're leaving min-miss. So find Kerbal. Spin min-miss. So we're on the retrograde. SAS. Burn. Turn a bit to the south. That'll do. And then watch this periap says she fall. Okay, that's a little bit too much. Can we just retrograde? That's not quite what I was hoping for. 29. 29 seems fine. So F5 from here since we're leaving. And get me focused on, is it this? To focus on the ship again? Yeah. So number 1, warp me the hell out of here. Number 2, warp me down toward Kerbal. It gets real fast when you start getting sucked into that gravity well. And from here, head back over to you. Make sure you're on your surface retrograde for this. Don't need that part of the ship anymore. Shouldn't anyway. Switch the view, because this one sucks. And go. Alright. So we're coming back. Want 4 times fizz warp and atmo here. Get you up. Get you up. Wow, I wasn't using these numbers at all. Jesus. It doesn't matter. We could be water. Yep. So we're coming down, and we decided the altitude was 700, and we popped at 4K. Right? 700 4K. I need to know how that focus thing works. I always have problems with that. It's the tilde key. It's the one next to the 1 on an American keyboard, to the left of the 1. Refocuses back on the ship. And it's years I was playing before I realized that, because I had the same years. No exaggeration. We were at 4 times fizz warp. I'll hit F5 here in case this doesn't work out for some reason. So at 4K, 5, 4. Pop that, and at 4K, it should just, or at 4 times fizz warp, we shouldn't die, but we did. So, good thing I F5'd in the first place. In the second place, good thing to know, because I don't want that to happen, you know, on an actual run. So let's pop this at 4,500 at 4 times with 700. Yeah, so we're right on the verge at 4K, so 42 or something like that. I'll just have to decide. 4,500 is going to be safe, 4K not so much. Good to know. We'll go ahead and collect all the science from here. It's not worth a lot, but might as well. EVA. We really shouldn't if we can get away without it, but we'll see what we've got left at the end of this and decide whether or not we can get away without it. Recover. And we're back where we left off before.
Different entry speed, entirely possible. From, you know, we had a harder angle definitely coming in at 28K instead of 30 something, so that could have affected it as well. And that's the kind of thing that I'm not gonna like try and pay too much attention to that in the middle of the speed run, so I'm just gonna set my deployment height at something that feels safe. So above 4,000, below 4,500 is, I guess, where I'll aim. Ooh, thank you, says Bowmeister Jack. Hello, Bowmeister Jack, by the way. I was answering the question without saying hello or noticing who was asking. That's for me, yes. I got the game 3 years ago. It's the first time knowing that exists, learning so many things today. It's a game that takes a lot of time to know a third of what the hell's going on in this thing. Okay, so now we would buy into everything. I'm pretty sure we've got the science we need now. 2,085. Let's see how much we have at the end of this, because if we can skip the splashdown collection of science, which was probably worth 30, 40. That's what it looked like to me, right? It was a lot of 4s and 3s, maybe an 8 in there, that kind of thing. Then we should skip it for the time save. But so we buy into here, 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 and straight up to the RA100. Yes, I do remember those. And then you, in order to get to here, because that's where the lab is, right? It looks familiar, but I'm just double checking myself before I do anything too stupid. So we get heavy rocketry, and then we get you for the twin bores. That's correct. And then down here, we needed that, so we research that. Here we go through these two to this one, and we have 55.8 left. I should really confirm that we can skip that science on Splashdown. Damn it. Here's the thing, if I confirm we can skip that science on Splashdown, I'm basing what we need on getting science from high over Kerbal. And we talked about possibly doing it at, while I'm still in orbit at Kerbal. Yeah, it's not worth doing the math, and we'll have to find out live when I start running this, but I think what we're going to have to do is go ahead and collect the Splashdown science and collect the science from Atmo. Or from high, or low over Kerbal, from Kerbal orbit, not high Kerbal. If we do the high Kerbal thing. I think we're going to want to, we'll see. It all depends on how the science lab actually works. And we don't know for sure yet, or at least I don't feel like I know for sure yet. It's like 30 total collected, says Jermacian. That seems reasonable to estimate it around 30. We came back with an excess of 55, so it would be fine, but is it going to be a difference of 20 for high Kerbal in comparison to, you see, there's just so many fucking moving parts here. Anyway, into the VAB to build the final ship. So we come back in here, load up ship number 3, because we can save ourselves a couple of clicks by ripping off from here. Is that how we did that? Yeah, right? We rip off from here, we get rid of all that for the third ship. Let's go ahead and do the science first, because it's in my mind to do the science first. So I'll put you down here. We want to replace the... because we're not coming back, so we don't need a parachute. So we replace those two, and then I'll have to do the action grouping at the end. So we got all that down, and then the first thing that we used to do was decoupler. No, the fairing, which is, it's been so long I don't even know where the fucking fairings are kept. Payload, the big guy, we drop him down here, we turn on interstage nodes, and then we used to do it 4 down, I recall that. We'd drop that, and then because we're in science mode, we don't need a probe, that was the career mode speedrun. There's a lot of things in my head for this. We'd go immediately to the RA100, so you'd snap on there, and then we needed the batteries for that. And we used the biggest battery we had in 6 times symmetry, did like that. And that, because we just wanted 12 of... we just wanted 12 of them. Okay, well, I guess that's it. And then we immediately built the fairing in over it, if I recall correctly. So, come up to here,
yeah, those batteries are blocking my placement of the fairing, but if I go to there, then I can do up and over, and then we did like that, like there, and then anything like that was viable for me in the speedrun, I recall. Below that went the mobile lab, right, which is under science. So that went on, and then it was the lander stage, which is this big this big guy, and some thuds. I believe it was 4 thuds that we took, although we got this done once with just 3. But the 4 will be better for more stable landing, and I remember not wanting them to be too low because they can, like, grab onto the one below it. When you try and blow it, when you try and blow it. When you try, okay, pawn. So then that was that, and then the twin bore, right? Lift it up a little bit more. And then it was standoff radial decouplers, so coupling, and it was 4 of these as well. That's correct. And kickbacks. You know, me and the government, we love our kickbacks. So, like that. Damn, still penetrating. There we go. And then some aerodynamics for it. Aerodynamics for it. That's going to be the hardest thing, is just remembering where all the things are. And we're putting fins on the bottom of this. They got to be at the actual diagonal to everything, which looks like it's going to be there. Yes. And, that was it except for solar panels. Electrical generation, we used the 1x6s, and we just used the maximum, just 8 of them, and we tacked them on wherevers. Right? That's basically the ship. You guys look at it and let me know if I'm forgetting something while I set this up. So we would fire the 4 of those at the same time as we fired the twin bores for additional stabilization and control, probably? Maybe? And then when these blew off, we already had those going, so I didn't have to do anything with that. I would merge these engines with that stage when we dropped them. The fairing actually blew before all of this. Yeah. And then you come off when we're coming home. We're never coming home, so you never come off, but it was just a part of it that I never removed. Okay, so that being done, then we came over to the action groups, and we updated the science collection. We added the seismic data, and we added the magnetometer, and then we actually removed the crew report. Is the crew report's not worth any... I'm going to leave the crew report in. I remember that it got in the way, but if we can have more science to transmit, like it got stuck or something, or got in the way of me clicking through, but with this routing of this category, if any of those crew reports are worth anything to transmit, then we'll want them. So I'm going to leave it in this time, and we'll see. This was still just collect all for the experiment storage, but on 3, good God, Pawn, you're very zoomed, aren't you? We would extend to the solar panels. And that was that. Racing says you get nothing from it. I just remember we've had 3 different versions of the speedrun, and I remember it getting in my way a little bit, and it not being worth anything for the data to science, but like, we won't have collected crew reports from a couple of different places here that we're going. Right? We haven't collected it from upper atmosphere. We haven't collected it from orbit around Kerbal. So that's worth almost nothing. Let's run without it. Let's run without it. Yeah. In testing, we should go ahead and throw it in, right? Let's run without it. Because I either trust myself from the past or don't. Apparently I'm trusting myself I'm trusting Dramasian, really, because he said you don't need it. Save that as ship 4, but I think that's ready to go. Pawn, crazy idea.
brewing in this crazy head of mine. Brewing. Since Twitch is going hard on drops for the time being, we should ask Cluster Truck to add a Ronin Pawn truck skin. Been a bunch of, like, modding in the Cluster Truck community for, like, assigning colors to trucks, so I think we could probably skin the trucks with Ronin Pawn logo on the side of them, couldn't we? I'll ask Noah to do that for me. I'm sure he'll just drop whatever he's doing and say, sure, I'll figure out how to mod in an alternate texture for the side of trucks for you, buddy. Why wouldn't I? So yeah, then from here, we actually leave, and because we need a second scientist to make sure that this happens fast. We go to the astronaut complex. First scientist we see, Rainey, we hire him. We head over here, go to the launch, we select ship number 4, we get rid of Jeb because we don't like him. Valentina goes in, Bob Kerman goes in, Rainey goes in, and then we launch it. Now from here, I would grab the science, do that, suck it in, and then SAS on throttle to full and go, was the idea. Now this one, we wanted to be a bit below 70, if I recall correctly, on the initial turn down. And then, at a certain speed, I swear I just killed the engines and told it to follow its prograde? No, that's definitely not. No, you didn't. This one is trickier to fly, I do recall. Don't I just... No! I had F9 instead of revert flight. No! God damn me. I've already saved the ship, so it'll be there for us. There we go. That was between 4,000 and 4,500. We can test this. 4 times Fizz Warp, slows us down, puts us in the drink. Thank you. You out. Take the science. Boom. Suck it up. Get out. Surface sample EV or B. Recover vessels. So I've already saved it. It'll be there. Rehire and yeah. I need to F5 from the, I didn't follow, what's his name? I didn't follow Das's advice. Das Valdez? F5, safety check, and all that kind of stuff. So we rehire him, go back over to the launch pad. Oh, I need to unlock and everything. Jesus Christ. Alright, good. I need practice on all this stuff. So you. Do it with some speed. If I fuck it up, then, I fucked it up. Open you. Up to here. Yep. And then you... through there, to there, to there, and then one of these was to open that up as well, 55.8, yes, now we can go over here, ship number 4, fuck you Jeb, Val get in, Bob get in, Bob Freed get in, and launch. No big deal. So let's make some extra. Let's do the quick save actually after I take the science. We take all the science, suck it all in, and then Alt F5 and ship. Fucking goddamn it. Ship 4. Launch. Launch with science. Because I already collected it. Alright, so we're ready. We'd SAS, we'd throttle to full. And then maybe I just go to half or a third on this? God, I really don't remember how this is meant to work. Hey, there's EJSA! Hosted me with 518 viewers? Jesus, we were just talking about we were talking about DOS anyway. We were talking about, I don't mean to, who was streaming on EJSA today? Thank you so much for the host. We're routing the world record. We're trying to beat my world record in what is this again? Kerbal Space Program. I got world records all over the place. Which is a 46, 58 minute run in the Tech Tree Unlock Science Mode category. Trying to get it sub 40, so we're looking at various ways to do that right now. Wow, big raid. Thank you so much for that. What were you guys doing today? I presume a bit of Kerbal, but you never know. You never know with EJSA what you're going to see. What are we doing? Launching? Okay. So down here, is it below 70 that we turn? I think we turn below 70, and then I very quickly tell it to follow its prograde, because this is a very unstable ship, if I recall correctly. Here, I'll throttle down to 1/3, maybe the liquid engines just help it keep going. God, I really don't remember how to fly this ship. It's been too long. I do remember that we were able to go 2 times Fizz Warp for a bit, and then the SRBs will start to wobble on us, and things are gonna... The space news, of course. Oh, wait, I need to actually pay attention, probably? Maybe. Potentially. It's possible. No, we've gotten very stable here. We've also gone way too fast. Okay, that's not how I fly this ship. That is not at all how I fly this ship. Let's go ahead and do that again, if we don't mind. So Alt F9 me back to Ship 4 launch with science, because that wasn't right. And another anonymous gift, another 5 sub drop from an anonymous gifter. Who do we got here? Portable Jim, Star Victini, Vikram's Gaming, Pumpkin Meifter, and Chirping Matt. Welcome to the Ronin Pawn Club. It's a large audience of a lot of people. I don't know if I want to start dropping big things around like we usually do here. Regular viewers know what I'm talking about. Thank you so much, anonymous gifter. Another 5 subs today. So between that and the 347 people watching right now, it's a decent day for the Ronin Pawn Show. So we're ready to go. We SAS on. We throttle to full. I'll F5 too, so I can just F9 to this and not have to use the permanent quick load. So we were going too fast there. I swear I turned the liquid fuel engines off entirely at some point in this flight is how I'm supposed to do it. How, I originally designed it to be done. I just can't entirely remember it. We might have to look back at the footage of my old world record again. But in 3, 2, 1, go. And immediately turn down to, again, but whoa, that is a hard and fast turnover. Below 70. Okay. F. And then follow prograde. Get stable on prograde. And then I'm gonna kill the liquid fuel. And then go 2 times Fizz. Man, it's just crazy. It doesn't look like this ship should be stable the way that it flies, but for some reason it is. To the upper engines, I think you don't run until space. That sounds familiar. That sounds like it's right, Dramacian. Oh, hello. So get down out of here, fire these up, wait for those to stop shaking quite so much, and shoot, we're probably already in space, aren't we? Yeah, that's fine. So we're in space with an apoapsis of 87. I mean, we're not in space, but we will be in space. From here, I recall that we do a 4 times Fizz Warp, to get up to just high atmo before we blow the fairing and then get the Kerbal out to do some science for us. So blow that, hit this, collect all the data that comes in. That was not as much data as it should have. Get Valentina out in a hurry, because you're going to miss this if you don't. EVA report. Thank you. Reboard. Why was it? Hit it again. What do we got here? Why am I only getting 2 pieces of... Because you didn't restore the data. You took it from the pad, but you didn't get the Kerbal out to reset it. I didn't do this. It's the mobile processing lab, clean experiments. That's the step that we're missing. At least we figured out how to fly the dang thing again. EJSA, hello. All right, man, I need sleep. Hate to cut and run, but I got no fuel left in the tanks. Night, guys. No problem. I know how it feels. You set up a raid, go to somebody else's channel. It's like, I should stick around for a bit. But it's like, I've been streaming for 972 hours. I gotta go. Thank you so much for the raid. Other things that show that I'm a nice guy. I gotta fool all these viewers you brought over. I'm a decent fella. You don't know any better. Look at me. So that was my problem. Was one of the things that we did in the World Record speedrun was I wasted time getting this up while I was still on the pad. So I intentionally didn't do it, and then I forgot to do it on the way up. So I kind of missed what we were going for there. Diggity D, gifting another sub to A lot of consonants followed by some numbers. Thank you so much. Mine, 350. Mine chika. Huh, I like that. Mine checker. Mine 035. Oh, great. Don't start rapping. SAS is on. Throttle is to full. Throttle is not to full. Throttle is to full. Go. Pull this down again. Again, you want to go past 70 on this turn down. Okay. So F it. Get it stable. Follow prograde. Let it get stable on the prograde. Kill the engines. Go to 2 times fizz. Hold. Good, you're holding. Now, while that goes up, I'll get over here, I'll pin you, I'll hit the clean experiments. And now that's cleaning those out as we go. Get this up. Watch my solid fuel draining over there. And then we want to come out of fizz warp before it goes. Thank you. And then I want to fire up the liquid fuel full. Stable. Drop them. So they don't rip anything off. And wow, our apoapse wasn't already there this time. So that was more of a turn down, kind of a waste. We'll go to 80 something on that. And now our experiments are cleaned out the way that I intend them to be in the speedrun when we actually start doing the speedrun and not just routing it out as we are right now. So what are you doing? 4 times fizz warp. I'm not in speedrunner mode, I'm in router mode. So up to, again, a low 60, where it's safe for the pilot to get out. Pop these, hit 1, suck in all the data. There you go. That's more like what I expect to see. Get Val out. Have her do an EVA report. Reboard. Clean the experiments. And then warp up to space. And do it all again. 2 to suck it in. 1 again. This time we'll get ooh, if I'm moving quick, then I can get her EVA. Yeah, before the magnetometer boom comes in. Grab both of those. Shove that in if you can. Otherwise, you know, whatever. Reboard. 2 to suck it all in again. We're storing all of the science up here. So I've got that on my action key 2. On custom 1, I've got all the science firing, including, you know, the stuff that needs to be recleaned, so I have to remember to hit the clean experiments thing. Get back on your prograde for me, because we should be coming up on the apoapse shortly. Warp me up to it. That'll do. It's a big ship, so it doesn't turn too quickly. Give it a little bit of thrust to get you to turn down to your prograde a little bit better. Fire on that. Hold that prograde, and I will pull up a little bit on our trajectory in order to keep the apoapse near us as we finish this off. Not a lot of liquid fuel left in this stage. We've got a circularization, so we can F5 from here, and we're immediately going to Minmus. So, set you as the target. And where am I? Don't really care about ascending, descending nodes, because it's a speed run. Just want to get us to where we can see Minmus on the horizon there. Get back on your oh god, it's gonna take you for ages to get on your prograde. Here's a little bit of liquid fuel to get there. I am doing this right, aren't I? Yeah, it seems like you're doing it right. Well, as long as I can fool people, that's all I'm ever going for. Here you go. Over to your prograde, thank you. Burn it. Yeah, and we're out in that stage, so goodbye to that stage. Hold your prograde and keep on going. We're burning for Minmus now. We can go to 2 times fizz warp, probably even 3. Yep, 3 times fizz warp does it as well. I'm going to come down from the fizz warp as that speeds up. Kill you and just finish this out. Yeah. Because we need that inclination adjustment, so I don't know exactly when we're close enough. F5 from here, and then I should warp manually. That's so much easier to just click this auto warp and just have it do that. But yeah, there you see. Now that's why you should warp. Auto warp is a good idea. Anti-normal me, because we got to pull this down to Minmus now. Still a big ship. Less big than it was before, but still not fast to turn. Crank you down. Show me some Minmus. There's some Minmus. Alright. Now focus Minmus. Double click. Over to here. Where's our periapse? A little bit lower, a little bit lower, a little bit lower, a little bit lower. And that's going to be prograde forward on that. So 4 times fizz warp to get it over to the prograde. Back down. Hit it forward.
And I don't know why, but I always come in a reverse orientation. That's 33. That will do for our needs. And from this F5... Wait a second. Hold on. What? This is where we needed to stop and look at the values. Right, Dramatian? 12 science is what it's supposed to be worth, and we need to get this high over Kerbal data. So I hit 1 here, and we wanted to look specifically at the thermometer. We logged this earlier because I don't understand, world record holder over here. I don't know how the lab, the mobile lab, processing lab actually works in the game in terms of how much data do I get out of something? Is it dependent on whether or not I've recovered it before? Does that reduce the value of data that goes into the lab when I put it in there, the way that it reduces the value of science being returned to Kerbal? If I've already returned it before, it's worth less. If I've transmitted it, it's worth less. Does that impact the data value for a lab? So we want to look at that right now. So magnetometer, don't care. Temperature scan, this is the one. It's worth 0 for us because we've already had it. But over here, it says it's worth 15 data, and it's worth 75 science, and it used to be worth 12. Now, does anybody in chat know the formula that we looked at earlier? The mathematical formula for figuring out what it should be worth. Because it's, well, we're in space right now. We're not landed, so we don't get that bonus and all that sort of a thing. So is it... like 12 times anything doesn't amount to 75. I mean, 12 times something amounts to it, but nothing whole. Who was it in chat earlier who seemed to have some idea about how the hell this might work? I'll tell you what we're going to do. Thermometer was 12 science from Kerbal. We now find out that it's worth 15 data and 75 science while we're here. When we get landed on Minmus, maybe it'll make more sense with the number that we get, because it should be increased for the fact that we're landed and that we're in the SOI, and, well, we're in the SOI, but that sort of, it'll be worth more because of the landed thing. Atmospheric pressure is worth 110, mystery goo worth 95, materials study, sure. Now get Val out, and the other one that we looked at, I didn't really log it in my brain, but was the EVA report there. I'm not going to log it. We're focusing on the thermometer. I'm not going to bother with it. So suck you up. And clean the experiments again. And F5 from here. 1.345 in there somewhere, says Electrolama. Alright, so where am I and what's going on? You're there. You've collected the science that you need from there. You need to come up to here. So, all time warp, because the game will slow me down as I cross this SOI change. And from here, get down to no time warp, and let's do it again. Because we're getting science now from high over Minmus. That was high over Kerbal. Now this is high over Minmus. Suck that in. You can EVA. I can EVA report you. Ooh, with that magnetometer. Yeah, now you'll have to... That EVA is worth nothing, but when it goes in, it's worth something. That's right. So reboard, and the magnetometer's still out because I didn't actually review the data and click on it. I was out of sequence. Review the data. Stick that in as well. And we'll F5 from here, because that's all the things. We'll clean the experiments. I did transfer it over. Yeah, you did. And then F5. God, it's been so long since I did this. What are you doing? I'm supposed to get on my retrograde and I did it? Oh, I'm a genius. This is a very hard warp to do without passing by, is what I've found manually. But the game does it at least as slow as I'm doing it. So down into the periapse. What is this periapse? Ooh, we're actually not where we need to be in terms, like in being able to get low Minmus data. We need to go just a little bit lower. So down here, onto your retrograde, burn like a madman. Wait for that to flip. That periapse is still barely safe, but technically safe. I will warp you down to that periapse, because we want that low Minmus data. So, more data, suck it all in. 2, put it in, EVA. EVA report, store that, board, 2, clean experiments, F5 for safety.
And I do need to burn down that Apoaps a bit, so get on your retrograde, please. Burn that Apoaps down so that we're low enough to continuously get... Ooh, 6,000. Continuously get data for this. So here's another big change to the routing that we talked about. We wanted to pick a new landing spot where we could get, instead of landing on the ice flats, and this is going to be a mess. In fact, Alt F5 here. We want to get 2 unique biomes worth of data that we haven't picked up before. In this run, we've already landed at Greater Flats, Mimus Lowlands, and just ordinary Mimus Flats. So we want 2 more that we haven't hit. And so we were looking at potentially landing at a location that has Minmus Highlands and Minmus Midlands right near one another. So this will be my first time trying to actually find and land that area, and we'll find out if it's doable in a speed run as we do it. So this is ship for new... why do you keep doing that? It's the second time. Ship for... I didn't press anything. Ship for new LZ. New landing zone. Your voice, yo, reminds me of another streamer. Love it. Wish I had a voice that deep. Well, thank you. No, it's helped by the equalization that I've got in line with my microphone. But I do have... It's a very manly voice. Yeah. So we've got the Minmus map over here of biomes, and what I was looking at was this. So below the butterfly, which is the Great Flats, really, like, if we follow sort of this line on the left side of its thinnest point going down, we've got Highlands and Midlands, is what this is according to here. So if we could land on the Highlands, hopefully it's flat down there. Never explored this area specifically for this purpose, so if it's flat enough to land on, hooray, that's what we're looking for. So directly below the butterfly. I mean, that's how I think of it anyway, is the butterfly. No butterfly visible currently, so we're going to... Why? Oh, are we fizz warped? Don't fizz warp, you stoop. Oh, because we're below friggin' 6,000 and something. God, alright. Get me up to the Apoaps here. Because I need to be able to go faster than this. We prograde. 4 times fizz me, so we actually get on the prograde. And then burn that periaps back up to something. Can I now warp at a reasonable speed? I can. So looking for the butterfly to come into view. That's not the butterfly. Coming around now. So there's the butterfly. And... oof. Man, when you look at it like a... or rather, when you look at the map over here, it doesn't look... You just miss the whole sphere aspect of it, don't you? This is not looking like a great place to have to land. I mean, we've also got this spot over here that has like a little land bridge area between the highlands and the lowlands. And it's more equatorial, which means less delta V cost and less futzing with it. And it might be easier to just find. Is it though? How's it going to be easier to find? Like this is going to be... So it's going to be past your other LZ. Let's look at it. We're not in any hurry here. We're exploring. We're experimenting, trying to find the best landing zone that we can. So my other landing zone, which was here... Damn it. I keep pressing the map instead of alt-tabbing out to look at it. So it's past that. And then we've got some slopes that lead into Midlands and Highlands from there. There's a little flat right there, too. Okay, back over to you. So, there's the flat. So it's this. The flat, a slope, and then this area. Can we see distinctively? There's like this... Alt-tab, you silly man. We got high, high, and then mid, all through there. Like, I'm wondering about this. Like, you got that flat, and then you got this. Like, this looks high, this looks high, this looks high. But when I go over to the map, what I'm seeing is... opposite of what I'm expecting, kind of. I got 3 highs, and one of them is really broken and chunky. What do you think we're looking at? Anybody? I missed 6.9 times. That would be 82 in the lab. Oh, thank you, Little Magnets, for doing the math on that. When we land, we gotta check that. You should be able to use the cheat menu to bring up the biomes on the in-game map. Geniuses in chat. So it's Control-Alt-F12? Something like that. And then, what do we got? Cheats? No, it's, Breaking Ground, Kerbal's Contracts. Is it under cheats? Database? Models? Models? Where do I set that? Cheats. I'm a speedrunner. I don't cheat. Except in ways that the game, break the game in an intended way, an intended game-breaking kind of a way. So none of those under cheats are what we're looking for. Physics, contracts, Kerbal's, Breaking Ground, console to begin, performance, flight info, version info, delta V info. Yeah, I remember this too, though. Where would I turn it on? Contracts? They've offered archive tools. Kerbal's, create, Breaking Ground. Click on cheat directly. Oh, it's just on the main menu for cheat. So biomes visible. There you go. Just takes a minute. So biomes visible. Okay, well, so one of the ways that I do cheat is in cranking up the darkness, or the brightness rather. So where's the brightness here? That's UI elements, gameplay, ambient light boost. If I just go down to 0 and accept. Okay, this isn't helping. Can't even see what I'm looking at. What? If we put it on the dark side, maybe I'll be able to see. Let's adjust the ambient light boost negative. Oh, that's the ambient music, friend. Ambient light boost. Take it down by almost 100. Apply. It's not actually helping that. Ambient light boost map. Is that a thing? Hey. Yeah. Okay. Well, then ambient light boost back up to whatever the hell it was that I had it set at before. And now I don't know. This is just, it's fine. We'll just rotate it around until we can see what we wanted to see, because we need to study it. So, there's my usual landing zone site. And then we go past this, and then this is the area that we were looking for Highlands and Midlands. And there's the spot. Okay. Now I kind of need to see it, without, and then the light boost is going to be an issue again. Let's go back to F12, biomes visible. Okay, but we are looking at it, so if I go to settings and ambient light, crank that up, apply. You liar. But would it be map? It's still map, because we're in the map mode? Maybe that's it. So that's in-game. No, I know the game. I'm very familiar. Ambient light boost. There you go. Thank you. So now, based on what we were looking at before... Boy, that's still impossible to read. Turn that back on. It's right there. It's just, I'm trying to find something that's, viable for being able to pick it out. We know that it's right in there. I mean, I don't think there's anything against the rules on speedrun.com for me to just turn biomes visible on. Right? It's in the game. Maybe not. See the debug menu as the cheat menu. Aim for the dirty mountains. Yeah. It's just being able to find this by eye. That's gonna be nasty to do during a speedrun. Like that little... I mean, it's not that nasty. Can I turn this back down to where it doesn't look completely awful and still be able to make some sense of it too? Ambient light boost map. Let's go back down to just normal. Maybe normal plus a bit. Alright, let's put it on the visible side again. And see if I have a chance of actually finding this. So it's past you, and then past you, and then we're looking for those dirty mountains. Those dirty, dirty mountains. What? So the dirty mountains are over here, and I feel like the mid between them would be right there. Am I correct? Am I correct? Biomes visible. Yes. Yes. Okay. Now, is it possible to land? Is it safe enough to land there anyway? Now that I know that. Is it? We don't actually know. So that's what we'll be looking at now. And we talked about trying to make sure that we get enough EVAs as we come. And this is another part of the speed run. We need as much data as we can on the way up here, because we're going to land on Minmus. We're going to collect landed Minmus data, and then we're just going to start cranking data through the mobile processing lab. And we're going to do 30 batches of data. 29 or even 28 or even 27, hopefully. But we need 15,000 science to unlock what I haven't already unlocked at this point in the speed run. So that's going to get it for us. But that being the case, we need to come down with a lot of data in our pockets, a lot of science. And so one of the things that I was doing for that was picking up extra biome science as we came. So what we could do with this line or with any line is if we get... This would be... This is where we landed last time, Pawn. We could reroute it to land at the butterfly instead, because we've already gotten... We didn't get EVA over here, though. No, we're fine. So we get EVA data from Greater Flats? This is Lesser Flats, isn't it? I think this is Lesser Flats. And it would be Great Flats would be there. But Lesser Flats, and then... So... That's you. Lesser Flats. And then everything throughout here is lowlands, so lowlands will be easy to grab. And then we can grab midlands and highlands on the way down. It would be great to get one more biome out of that. You know, to get greater flats or great flats on the way. So that'll be the focus. While we're equatorial, we hit the butterfly, then we hit this. We get that, then we hit lowlands, and then on the way down into here, we collect the other 2 EVAs. Would be the goal. Good luck with routing this into your speedrun, Pawn. Well, I just asked myself, could you keybind clean experiments to a shortcut to make it easier? Maybe. But I got used to it in the speedrun doing it this way. So, yeah, that's... I'm not sure, actually, about that. Which is why I don't know. Okay, so here's what we do. So starting here, we would get... What happened? Okay, I've apparently accidentally moved this around or something. Sure. We'd get you out while you're over here, and we'd EVA, and we'd grab that, reboard to F5, and then we want to get... Oh, No, you're still over it if you move quick. EVA, there we go. It's back in place. What the hell is going on? EVA report? Mimesis Lesser Flats, good. Reboard 2, suck it in. So we got both of those. And then anything right here will be lowlands. So EVA. Yep, Mimesis lowlands. Reboard 2. Not all items can be stored because we already got it, apparently. Alright. We're actually crossing a flats right here, too, which is nice, I suppose. We want to end up in the dirty, right in here, right? That's where we need to be landing. And I mean, we're coming in for it well enough. I'm gonna go up here because let's assume that we can't get this, because this is, I'm trying to route for this. So even though we could get this right now, we're going to pretend like we can't so that we know how much science we end up with. So if that's the case, and we're aiming for somewhere in here, then what I want to do at this point is I want to, we're spinning in the opposite direction, so normal down a little bit. Because we are going the opposite rotation, so normal axis, anti-normal, anti-normal axis, normal. So I'm going to lower that a touch to about there. That seems like it's the right place to me. Right in the dirty, as Electrolama says. And then from here, F5, and in fact, Alt F5. So, ship for doing it dirty. There we go. So if we have to do this multiple attempts, and yeah, we've got the line. So bring me up. Whoa, 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 whoa. Get me on my retrograde. 4 times fizz. And then I'm gonna aim for where I think I want to be landing. Which is going to be there. Look at that. There's like a nice little cutout there. Like there's a shape. There's a color shape there. If that's correct, that'd be great. I'm going to pull it back a little bit more because, of course, Mimus is still spinning under us. So by the time we land, we'll probably be a little bit more over here. I'm going to pull it back a little bit more even. 483 meters per second of delta V. We're on our retrograde right now. What I would want to do now then is get back here and we should be over Midlands, hopefully. So EVA. EVA, and Mrs. Midlands. Good. So 2, no, board 2, F5. Not all items could be stored. Sure. It's Mrs. Lowlands is double stored. That's fine. Don't worry about it. This 100% tech tree runs is Big Papa Bear. It is indeed, but it's actually just the routing for it. We're trying to route it to shave another 7 minutes off of it if possible. So we're picking a new landing zone and finding out if this is going to be of benefit for us. We're coming in for a landing. We're looking good. I should really, I need to do ship for doing it dirty from here, because then I've got the science. Yeah, overwrite it. Thank you. Alright, so retrograde. I'm taking my time because I could easily confuse myself here. We want to get over the highlands. We'll get it. We'll see where we land. We'll see where we land. No, we won't. I'm going to try it now. We got 6K to sea level anyway. EVA report, still Midlands, reboard. Alright, so set us over to radar altitude. It would be good to do this as a suicide burn. I don't know when to start. We've got 90 meters per second to scrub. It worked out with 200 on the flats, but that was a completely different kind of scenario. Make sure you're on your retrograde. I'm going to try burning at 350. Oh, yeah, you got... 90 is nothing to scrub with this ship on. Slowly and carefully set her down. Why is the retro not moving? The retro wasn't following our... Okay, well, this is one way to land it. You don't know. You don't know me. Are we out of electricity or something? Why everything? It feels very odd, is the thing. Alt F9 me and take back to doing it dirty. Retrograde. Oh, it wasn't on surface mode. Thank you very much, Bowmeister Jack. I was missing that. So we've already got the things. We're not going to worry about the EVA yet. We're just going to come on down. And 4 times fizz. Well, get me surface readings. And apparently this is going to be more than happy at like 200 or something like that, as long as you actually get to your retrograde before we hit it. Yeah, stop. Ah, okay. It's been a minute. It's been a minute since I did any of this. This is my first day trying to bring this back. There you go. We'll just set it down. Gently. No, come on now. Just set it down, pawn. I mean, it can hit the ground like this. I just don't want it to topple like it's going to want to do. I'm resisting it with our SAS, with our reaction wheels. Alright, we're down anyway. And, I mean, it's flat enough. No, what are you doing? It's flat enough, especially when you abuse time warp to help stabilize, which I will during the speed run. So we're down, we're flat enough, we got SAS. I forgot to pop the solar panels the whole damn time. So now that we're down, before we get into the sequence of collecting all the data, let's look and find what that one piece of data that we wanted to review is worth, which was the thermometer, was the temperature reading, Kerbal over Kerbal high. So you just cycle through them. EVA, magnetometer, EVA, 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 mystery goo, atmosphere. Hard not to say things with the same sibilance. Material study, magnetometer, EVA, EVA, EVA. It's already in. It's already in, pawn. So can we review what's already in? I screwed us by putting it in. We can't actually look at it now. We've got the number of what it was worth where we grabbed it. We can do the math for it from there. But, damn it, I didn't see that coming. Well, once we're landed here, we would do this. We are in the Midlands. And we're right in that little crux between two highlands, so this is good. Like, if I can be landing in the dirty and be in the Midlands, this is looking like what we want. So we'd take in all of that, and then we'd suck that in. We'd get Valentina out, and we would surface sample. No, what did you deploy? Don't, just grab that. She worried me when she got out the SAS kicked off. I saw the ship go. So that's all you need to do, right? Reboard. Have you up, too. You can clean the experiments, and what we would do at this point is we would go into our actual science transmission thing. So we've got as much data as we can fit in there. We start research, and then, seizure warning. I'm about to spin Minmus so fast that the sun is gonna... Little strobe light effect here. Seizure warning for everybody. So, it's not that bad, you know. I turned the everything down so that it wouldn't be that bad. So we've just filled up with that much data. We need to have line of sight in order to transmit back to Kerbal. There's line of sight. Then we transmit the science. I'm doing this right, aren't I? It's been so long since I did it. The other thing that we were going to test with this is if I just go straight back to it. Are we fine with that? It looks like. So science. We want to see that get up to 500. And then when it does, I want to try and hit line of sight when I stop. I'll have to get back into the swing of that, too. Transmit science, go straight back up to full warp. Transmission was fine with that, so apparently I can just spam time warp here, which is not what I was doing before. Coming up on 500 now. Stop. We've got line of sight. Transmit. Go right back up to full throw. And the data, when it gets down below, when it gets into the 300s significantly, I'm going to stop and put more data into it because it generates the science faster the fuller that it is. We've still got line of sight here. Transmit science. Do like that. That gets that final transmission out. And then we grab you, review our stored data. I'm going to pin that because we'll be doing that for a while. And we throw everything that can be in here. Anything that can't be could be transmitted, but we're going to wait till the end. So that's just one thing we've got that kind of gets in our way. And then we just keep going. We stocked the data back in. We're back up to over 700 there. And you see how much quicker it generates the science when you've got a full tank of data. Transmit the science. Go ahead and just warp at full speed, because apparently that's going to work out. Every time it hits there. So we need to do this 30 times in total. Was anybody counting? Because I clearly wasn't. I was explaining. That's going to be so hard to unlearn in my hand. I'm used to just tapping to 5 times warp when we transmit. So 400.
500. Missed line of sight. Oop, missed it again. There it is. Transmit science. Back up to max warp. And then after this, when the data gets low, I will stick some more in. After we get this science out, we'll put in more data. This is the boring part of the speedrun, incidentally. Transmit science. Use 5 times to get that in. And then stop. Review stored data. Throw you in. There you go. Keep going. Yeah, and now we have to, like, count to 30, except for I didn't, so I don't know what we're on. We're just going to, crank it in until we don't have anything else. Pay attention, Pawn. I know you're not on a run, but pay some amount of attention. Transmit science. And go. And all of the things that we're putting together here today with this rerouting of this category is in the hopes of taking 7 minutes off of my world record to get it sub 40. Transmit. Stack the science back in up to 500. 500. Got lucky on the stop. One of the things in this speedrun that's almost RNG is basically the line of sight. Because I'm watching the number of science here for when it hits 500 and then just, you know, untime warping to get back down to where I can click transmit science. Okay, that should do that. Review more stored data. We got 6 more things. We have 5 more things we can throw in. Now they're in. Keep going. And we're just going to burn through all the data that we have now, and that's going to get us whatever it got us, which should be around 19. We should have done this 19 times by the time we're done here. So 19 times 5. Can anybody math? That's how much science we should have back there. And then we switch sites, get more science from landed at a new biome on Minmus, and finish out the last 11, which really should be 10 or even 9 if we're lucky, cycles of this science grind from the surface of Minmus. And this is how we get the entire tech tree unlocked fast as you possibly can. Transmit science. And we are down to 350 in there, so review the stored data. Throw those 2 in. That's all we got. We'll keep going. It did fill us back up, over 700. So things are looking good. I don't know what the count is here, but it feels like a decent amount of science we've got. And we're just walking through all of these steps in this routing to, make sure that it's doable. Find out what would go wrong. And try and correct for it ahead of time. Damn, Ronan does KSP vroom vrooms too. Mad respect. Thank you, unnamed Demon. You got yourself a free sub from anonymous gifter or from somebody. There's been some sub gifts today. Transmit science, yep. Good there. Back up to full warp. Still 400 and some. On the next one, we move to another site. So once we get these 500 science in and transmitted. Okay. So from here, I'm going to F5. In fact, Alt F5. Yeah. Ship 4. Friggin' with the buttons and the mouse overs. Oh, and unnamed Demonu. Do you like the way that I say that? Gifting a sub as well, paying it forward to Lo-Fi Loop. Lo-Fi Loop. Welcome back to the... How many viewers we got right now? I'm just going to say, welcome back to the Big Dick Club. 3 inches will be coming your way, as you know, as a long-term member of the Big Dick Club. Ronan Poland's Big Dick Club, patent pending trademark. It'll be drop shipped to you, looking your P.O. box. I'm a bit stupid is the thing. So, ship 4, and this is going to be site transfer, because we've never done this site transfer before. This is a whole new LZ. We want to get from the Midlands to the Highlands. So if I come out here and look at where we are, we want to go either northwest or southeast, and we should hit the Highlands. So I'm going to go northwest, which will be the 315 on the ball. F5 me. in addition to the Alt F5 that we just did. So get me some height, not too much. Get me down here. Apparently we're going in that direction then. Yeah, a little bit of... Oh, that's way too much speed, friend. You didn't need all that. I mean, hopefully. Never done this before, but I don't think we needed all that. We're still on surface retrograde. Give me some 4 times warp. Get us where we're going. Alright, this has got to be... Well, it seems like a different texture up here, so I'm just going to trust it, but we went way too high on this. Definitely don't need to. So, slow me down so that we get more or less a straight fall from, you know, a good drop from here. Oh, and, Pawn, don't forget, you would want to, EVA, Mimesis Highlands, and we've confirmed that we're in the place that we want. Reboard 2, excellent. F5, and, no, that's fine, make sure retrograde surface, and be coming down. Oh, don't be coming down. Wow, that worked out very well, actually. Yeah, stick it, stick the landing, stick it, get your feet down. Time warp, no! Okay, well, so we're testing for a reason here. Apparently you don't want to try and glitch the game when you're on the surface of the Highlands with a little bit of time where you could just fall through the surface of Minmus. I just learned. that's why we're testing. Well, left 9, beautiful. Gives no bugs. It is a flawless masterpiece, is what it is. So you surface mode. You're on surface mode. Good. We'll just do that landing again with a little bit less glitching through the surface and dying. Just a touch less is what I'm going to be going for here. Should already have that EVA that we collected last time. Little bit fast here, Pawn. Little bit fast. Whoa! Damn it! I'm overcorrecting in everything that I do. Okay, there we go. It's also a very unmaneuverable ship. Did we ever consider putting additional SAS on this or something? Because I could see that. I don't like this drift we've got, but wow. What am I gonna do? Well, you're gonna fall over and have to redo everything you're doing. Holy! Look at me save it! Hey, it's not a speedrun right now. So, could you just go ahead and get on your retrograde for me then? Your surface retrograde, and we'll try and get this back down. So, it's not looking like a fun place to have to land generally, but I can definitely do this better when I'm not as incredibly rusty as I am right now. What have we got? Can I warp down? Yeah, well, because you're at the Highlands, you can actually warp all the way down, which is not good, because I'm about to slam into the surface if I don't do that, and now we're back into this scenario. So let's just F9 and do that less stupidly. This could be very tricky. Retrograde surface, landing on an uneven surface. I'm just gonna have to not try and do this as a, as like a suicide burn. It's a very big, very powerful, very heavy ship, Pawn. That's all you gotta do. Just treat it with respect. Alright, don't, for the love of God, time warp. Ooh. Is that gonna be a potential problematic, like, now that I'm stable, if I time warp, are we screwed? Alt F5. Don't with the, Ship 4. Don't glitch through, please. Okay, so now we're landed. Again, we would take all the science that we can get from here. 2, bang that in. Val would get out. She'd surface sample and EVA report for us. She'd reboard. We'd use 2 to get that into the place. I'd pull this up, pull you up, put you over here. I just want things to look like they'll look during the speedrun. So that would be our final maneuver in the speedrun, would be to land this and start up our science routine again, which should still be running. We're full of data. Do like that. Now we're full of science as well. Transmit. Back to full warp. So this is 1. I will count these, and we'll see where we land. We'll count it as though we were at 19. So that was 20. 21, right? That's 20. That's how you count. Well, it's 21 follows 20. Yeah? Really need to clean those experiments too. Might as well click it. I missed line of sight. I confused myself with cleaning experiments. Transmit science. Keep going. 22. It didn't do it anyway because we were in time warp. Alright, at the end of this one, I need to refill with data. Transmit. That's 23. And the experiment's finished. Or they are cleaning or something? I don't know. But so from here, we want to get you back up and review our stored data. Can't transmit that or that, but we can transmit all of that. Keep going. Oh man, that's not a lot of data to fit in. I hope it's because we had like a big one that wouldn't fit, and not because that's how much data we actually have. Transmit science. I'm not counting. Like, I can't seem to keep... It's too much to ask of me at this point in my life. Another 500 science in the bag. Transmit. And we're at 352, so I should shove anything in here that'll go back in. It was just one thing that would fit. It's not making me feel great. 500. Transmit. Is this the last one that we do then? Might be the last one that we do, and then we see how much science we've got. Transmit. 359. I wouldn't want to have to do any. So, for the sake of experimenting here, up to 5 times phys warp to get that done. For the sake of experimenting here, let's go back before I do any transmission, because we can also transmit some of this science. We can recollect like duplicates of it and transmit it back, and collect some more science. But let's see where all of this left us. So back to the Space Center. Hopefully the game doesn't crash, because we've been running it for 4... Well, I talked for a while. We've been running it for 3 hours. I'm handsome? Oh, Frackle. You so sweet. 13.5. That ain't good. We need 15,000. So we need 3 more transmissions. 13.55. Okay. Yeah, I got it. Back out to you. I mean, we can always grind them out. You know, that's what I've done in the speedrun before. I just had hoped that us landing at 2 unique biomes would be of higher value to us. And you know, let's see about this then. Let's grab all the science that we already have again. Okay. Suck that in. EVA. Get your surface sample EVA report. Thank you. Reboard. 2. Suck all that in. And then get you up. Review our stored data. And so, how am I doing on electricity and stuff? We're good, and we've got line of sight. So transmit, this is 40. So we started at 1355. 40? Or was it 40? And 37.8. So 70-ish. Maybe 80. And then this isn't worth crap. 21, so it's 100. 130. 170. 230. 290. 340. So that's worth 340 right there. And the thing is, we could have also done that from the site that we were just at, right? Like, before we left that site, I could have grabbed all the science from it again before we moved off of the Midlands one and transmitted that.
if it's worth the same, whatever it was that I said, was it 340? Then that's worth a little bit over 1 cycle for us. Maybe that's like the routing improvement to make here. Is transmit from both of the sites. Okay, there is not sufficient disk space to continue recording, everyone, so I guess we have to stop. We don't. Thank you for mentioning it, OBS. I'm fine, though. I actually like that better than it used to, like, pop up the little notification at the right side constantly, so that's a little better. Might be able to run the lab one more time. Oh yeah, no, we can actually grind these, definitely grind these out. I just didn't want to have to go below 359, and yet here we are having to do it. Clean the experiments. If I speed you up to like 5 times, does that help with the cleaning out? Okay, so that happened. That's cool. I don't know when the last time I F5'd was. Let's do this. We're here to experiment. Let's go back to ship 4, launch with science, new LZ, site transfer. So this was while we were still landed. So that's a danger, by the way, for the speed run, that you could just fall through this. So this is before we moved to the second place, the second site. Right? Yeah, this is before we moved to the second site. What have I got here? Stored data. I got a magnetometer report in space near Kerbal that apparently can't go in here. So we transmit that for 45. And just make sure. We got line of sight, we got electricity, yes. Transmit that.
Still not on solid ground.
Am I not? I turn SAS off and just let it settle. That's what I need to do, huh? You have 9,555 in science at this point. How do you know? Where'd you see that? I need to know. Thank you, Germasian. So I've transmitted that, and then we do this, collect everything that we possibly can, suck all that in. You can start cleaning the experiments as Val steps out and grabs us a surface sample and an EVA report. There we go. Now we're getting it. Yeah, it was coming. You can just reboard N2 and hit the clean experiments button again, just in case it forgot that I wanted it to do that. So now, if we review the stored data, I can transmit this for 40, 60, 90, 130, 190, 190 plus 250, nothing, and, what were we at again? Shit, 300? More or less 300 there? Was it 250 I left off on? And then it was 50 more, so 300. So each of them is worth about 300-ish, we'll say. To land and transmit. So that's 600, and it saves us one of our landing sites, or it saves us one of our cycles to have that 600 to transmit back. Let's head back to the Space Center and see how much science is there, just to confirm what we've got at this point with as many cycles as I've done. $9,901. You lied to... No, you didn't. You said it's 9,555, and we added apparently 350-ish to it, right? To get up to 9,900? Okay. So that's good to know. There's about 700 science to be collected. If I do that, I think that's worth it. But is it worth going to these 2 harder places to land on the surface of Minmus to do it? This is not as clear-cut as I would have liked it to be in terms of rerouting. I thought, this would be like just a hard and fast, that's a better idea, do it that way. But it doesn't seem to be coming together in that way. Because we're still fine. We could finish this speed run by, going over to the other landing area, which we might as well do since I've finished that off. I turn the SAS back on, and it would be 315 that we wanted to go to. And this time, try and do it like you know, have some chops in this game. Alright, well that's still a little bit high, but start heading in that direction. Warp me over. This looks like Highlands terrain. And then what we wanted to do was have her get out and grab us an EVA report from Highlands, reboard to, make sure you're on your retrograde and it's your surface retrograde, please. And go ahead and start slowing us down for a more downward descent. And fizz warping here is going to be a better idea than actual warping. And do this carefully, Pawn. Carefully and slowly and carefully. Okay, little bounce, but we'll land. Touchdown. SAS off. I'll resist our fall. Don't... It's the problem with, like, touching these engines to resist our fall. Gonna lean your way back? No? Okay. There you go. Now you lean your way back. Ha! The time warp worked without glitching us through the terrain that time. Hooray, I suppose. Just hoping that you get that extra biome science from above the surface in the speedrun. Yeah, the EVA grab, that will be hard to recall to do. Alright, let's go through it one more time. Get all that data, suck it in, EVA, let's just go through the motions. Surface sample, EVA report, reboard, clean the experiments, there, I want you over here for later, and go. And we'll push through it. So at this point we had, we started with 9,900, right? 9,900, where's this? Let's make it look pretty as we do it. Transmit science, and then keep going. So 10,4. Let's just say it's 10,500 is what I'll, you know, lie to myself about. It's easier to count. 10,500. 11. I know I don't have any room anymore. Oh, missed line of sight. You distracted me. That's why I missed line of sight. Transmit. 12? 12,000 we have. No, 11.5. 11.5, and I should have put more data in. I'm going to stop and put more data in. Review the stored data. You. All of it goes in. Well, it can't fit it all, probably, but all of it goes in. So we're at 11.5 going on 12. That's done. Transmit. 12. We want to get to 15,000. Missed line of sight. Transmit science. 12.5. After this one, I got to stop and put more data in, just so that we keep our speed up. 13. And I said I'd stop and put more data in. Review the stored data. That's apparently all we've got left. Go. We're on 13 now, right? Transmit science. 13.5 then. $14. And this is where now we're digging below, you know, the level of science that I'd want. Or the level of data, because it's slower. Missed line of sight. 14.5. Okay, and then from here, we do this. Collect all the science again to EVA. Grab your surface sample EVA report. Store those.
B2, review stored data, and we transmit, and this should give us another 360. So transmit all those, go. And then once we've got like 200 science, transmit that. Go back to the Space Center, 15 grand, right? Have we got 15K? We don't need exactly 15K either. 14.9, that probably does it. So at this point in the speed run, it would look something like this. I just start slapping, clicking back and forth, trying to get my mouse back and forth. I try and make sure that the buttons are next to the buttons that I'm pressing. So I don't have like such a long throw between the research button and the other one. Doing a pretty bad job of that right now, but I am rusty. Very Minecrafty. For some reason, it's making me think of Minecraft. Just clicking and dropping inventory space and whatnot. Yeah. Spam click, because we'd be in a hurry. Don't want to lose the run because I didn't click fast enough, you know. Got, because I'm misclicking. Yeah, this would be a bad way to do it too. Good time to experiment though. Boom. And we had 131 left over, so that would be a successful run. Okay, so we've technically completed a run today in 4.5 hours. Minus like the first hour where we were just watching the old run and theorizing how we could make it faster. So about 3.5 hours speed run of Tech Tree Unlock category. A little bit longer than my world record. But that works. And I like that I know better about, you know, transmitting the science, and there's about 700 science to be gained. Yeah, about 700 science to be gained by doing the transmissions at both of the new sites. The question that I have to ask myself at this point, though, is it worth it? Is it worth, you know, what we were just noting here? Because there is an added difficulty going for this site as opposed to landing at the flats again for this. And that 700 saves us precisely, you know, 1.5 cycles. I know my disk space. Thank you. It saves us precisely 1.5 cycles. So it's like it's not that big of a benefit for the extra effort of coming into the Midlands and Highlands. Considering that if we just sit there and grind it out for an extra 20 seconds, we can earn that once we're landed. Man, I hoped that would be a bigger thing. So I need 14,780 science? Somewhere around there? Okay. Yeah, I'm always going to aim for like 15K and then accept something that's probably around a 14.9 or something, just safety-wise. You know, you don't want to put in a 40, hopefully what will end up being a 40-minute run, and then lose a minute by having to go back out and grind another 10 science or something, which is actually what my world record did. We lost 1 whole minute to I just didn't grind out the last thing. I mean, we didn't necessarily lose the whole minute because I would have had to grind it out one way or the other, but we did have to go back out to it. I'm not sure what's best, but we've gained a lot of information here, and I know that I want to sleep on it. And that being said, and since we've been here for 4.5 hours, I think that's the end of a live stream. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, thank you for coming out. Thanks for joining me. Everybody who came over from EJSA, thank you so much for sticking around for as long as you did. Hope to see some of you back here. This isn't a regular thing. This is my first day back to the Kerbal speedrun in quite a while. But in immediate future, that's what we're going to be doing. I'm going to start grinding to beat this world record again. So if you're looking for some Kerbal, join us back here again on another random day at another random hour, because you can never really rely on me, for I am the Ronin Born. Huh.
Yeah, thank you all for coming out. Thank you so much to the anonymous gifters, as well as Little Magnets, and Unnamed Debanu, and Diggity D, and Dramasian, and to all the people who gave gift subs away and who subscribed today. Your names will be in the credits of this live stream. I hope you have a great night. I suppose it wouldn't be... I suppose I'd be a dick if I didn't look for another Kerbal stream to raid, huh? I mean, I am a dick, so there's that, but I could pretend to not be a dick if I tried to find another Kerbal stream, and we could raid them. Somebody else is trying to beat a world record. Go look for it, right? So let's see. I mean, it's not been so long since I was a member of this community. So I should be able to recognize a few names, huh? I don't recognize... I recognize the name Redneck Gaijin. I think Redneck Gaijin has been to our stream a number of times. Shall we raid Redneck Gaijin with over 100 people and just, you know, scare the bejesus out of it? I think that's what we'll do. Redneck Gaijin. Doesn't that sound familiar? I don't, like, endorse whatever you're about to see. I don't know who this guy is. Pretty sure he's a member of the community there at some point. So ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, let's go over raid Redneck Gaijin, and you give him a stream message of, hi. Hi's a good one. I like hi. Hi is great. Raid the channel, for Christ's sake. I don't usually do... It's so much work. Yes? Start a raid. And I'll meet you over there, and we'll say hello, and then I'll do what, you know, what EJSA did. Peace out, because it's been 4 hours of doing a live stream. But I'll see you next time, everybody. Raid after the credits. Born out.
Full pipes to you, stuck to you with blood. Your guts were bleeding, nice as gusty all the fucking morning. The beginning of all the time. There was no fun at all. No fun at all at the beginning. A full times the sea was clear, the sea was wide. And in it swam the savior in the time.